Members of council, if I can please have you come to the council chambers. Pardon? Okay, this meeting is now resumed. Before the recess, council was debating item T 3422 on the Danforth Avenue planning study. Before we return to that item, are there any releases of holds? Are there any releases of holds? No? Okay. So if we can put the list back up on the screen then. Councillor McMahon, you're up to speak.
Hey, okay, where were we? Such a blur. Oh, namaste, that's how I'm starting. Okay. So I would just like to thank our immensely hardworking and wonderful and friendly and ethical staff, planning and everyone else, but especially Daniel Wolfson and his team on the Danforth Planning Study. They worked immensely hard in our community for the past couple years with everything, walks and talks and presentations and workshops and pop-up planning tables at the farmers markets. And Kyle and everyone, yes, at all. I'm just like, you're front in line in my center. And I'd like to thank our residents for their passion for the Danforth Strong. It's a wonderful street. As I mentioned the other day, it's a lifeline of the East End, and this just puts us one step further into honoring that street and all that it can become. And I also want to thank, the residents, as I said, the residents groups, and my councillor colleague, Councillor Davis, we worked exceptionally well together, I would say, that councillors can work well together in this place. So with that, I'm very proud of what we've accomplished. To me, it's maybe not high enough, tall enough, the density, but I'm happy to have it, and especially the complete streets section that we will discuss in the new year. Me on the outside, but we'll be still discussing. Thanks.
Thank you. Are there any further speakers on the item? Councillor Robinson.
I was going to let Councillor Fletcher as a local councillor go first. Are you sure? Okay, I want to make sure as a local councillor that you have that opportunity, but I'm going to be extraordinarily brief just to say I'm sure all the councillors along Danforth are thrilled to have this finally come to fruition and start really the initiation of this street study. I'm sure they're in full support and excited about seeing this consultation unfold, etc. So my only beef with this is that, you know, it's too bad it's at the end of the term, that we can't really expedite this, fast-track this, and make it happen sooner. I would have loved to have seen this, and I asked if I could move a motion on this, but I was told by staff it's not possible, feasible. They simply couldn't make it happen, but I would have been happy to move a motion to see this kick off in September, because certainly I have had in my capacity a lot of feedback about this stretch, this study, and people are anxious to see it underway. So my motion, if I was able to place it, would have been to move this forward in September with the public consultation piece so that council could address this and look at this immediately in the new term in the first months or even the first month of the new term. So I want to compliment staff, particularly planning staff, but also transportation services and the whole division. Also, ACDEV, I understand, has been involved in this. It's really a triage approach, and they will all work together to mastermind this. But the good news, it is underway, but I wish it had been a fast track to see some action on this in September, a month from now.
Thank you. Councillor Fragedakis to speak.
Yes, thanks, Madam Speaker. So I just wanted to also take this opportunity to thank staff for this planning study. I know that this isn't in my section of the Danforth, but I'm super excited that they've concluded this portion of Danforth from Coxwell to Victoria Park so that they can get cracking on the Broadview to Coxwell Avenue portion of it, because we're desperate to have an opportunity to have a conversation with the businesses, the people who live in the area, the planning staff, the ECDEV staff, and all of the transportation staff and everyone about how to make our street even more vibrant, and I in particular, in light of what's happened in the last few days, this could be really transformative for us as well. So we're really looking forward to it on our stretch of the Danforth. So happy to support this and look forward to the next iteration.
Councillor Fletcher to speak.
Yes, thank you. I'm very excited. What a great planning study, and congratulations to the planning staff, to Mr. Wolfson, Mr. Connect, all of those who are associated with the planning staff, transportation and other divisions. It really was, I'll call it a 5-star study or a Cadillac study. So many things were looked at. So much so that I'm going to take that template, and every other planning study has to be just like yours. And the chief planner is going, oh no, she's really going to do that. Because we have so many other spots that deserve this incredible treatment. And I know from Councillor McMahon and Councillor Davis that this was an exceptionally well-attended and thoughtful study. It went on for a number of years. We were supposed to get reports, and it was extended because it was so fulsome. So many people were engaged in it. And interestingly enough, it also dovetailed with the Coxwell Danforth Barns, where the amalgamated police station will find itself in 4 or 5 years. So it was really helpful to have all that go on and have that as a framework when we came to discuss that very important corner at Coxwell and Danforth in Councillor McMahon's ward, but I call it the 4 corners because all the 4 wards end there and are there. It's a large piece. It's a 5-acre piece of basically city-owned property, so it has so much potential, and all of the framework for that was established in the planning study. It would not have been as easy to be able to imagine this site and I think build something great there if we didn't have that planning study. So Danforth is about 6 kilometers. It's a long street. This is the 3 kilometers of planning that is in front of you for this planning study, and then there's the matter of doing the planning part for the other 3, which is Broadview to Coxwell, and there's a motion in front of you today. I'm asking for your support to initiate that study so we can have one long stretch that has very matched planning standards and rules. And then we have our complete street study, which I think uniquely has got transportation, economic development, and planning, all 3, to be looking with all of the stakeholders that entails. I'm very excited about that, and I too wish we could have started that earlier. However, Councillor Crawford would only move the motion that we try to get that money in the 2019 budget, and I want to thank you for that, Councillor, because I think that will start that, and I know Ms. Gray and Mr. Williams and Mr. Connect are already thinking about what that's going to look like and the form of that. So this is the Danforth, as Councillor Fragedakis has said. We've just had an immense tragedy there. People are thinking about the Danforth, and it's time to imagine that street as the really great street that it can be. An even better avenue, safer avenue, more animated avenue. It's a very interesting street with a lot of small business from one end of it to the other that we want to cherish and build, and we want to have it safe for pedestrians, cyclists, improve the street for transportation and traffic considerations, and of course we have the subway system there. So I am very looking forward to the next phases of the first phase of Danforth planning.
Thank you. If we can put the motion on the screen, 2 motions. Motion by Councillor Davis, it's on the screen, recorded vote.
Councillor Megerdetian, please. The amendment carries. The vote is 36 to 1.
Okay, the next one. Recorded vote.
Councillor Burnside, Councillor Fletcher.
Councillor Kelly, please.
Councillor Fletcher, please.
Councillor Perruzza, please. The amendment carries. The vote is 37 to 1.
Item as amended. All in favor? Okay. Recorded.
Councillor Perruzza, please. Councillor Kelly.
Councillor Mammoliti, please. Councillor Crawford, please.
The item is amended carries. The vote is 37 to 1.
Okay, our next item is on page 3, T3454, Councillor de Bearmaker. You held the item down. That's 281, 289 Avenue Road.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My questions will be first to transportation staff and I think to our legal staff. To transportation, our General Manager of Transportation. You've seen what's before us today. There's a recommendation number 3, which would not allow any staging area on Avenue Road. Do you support recommendation 3, or do you think this is your advice to us that recommendation number 3 should be deleted?
Through you, Madam Speaker, recommendation number 3 makes it not possible for us to grant a permit for this work to continue until after January 31st without being able to allow the developer to do any kind of lane closure, either a lane closure or a closure in the park in order to be able to stage their development site.
So is it your opinion that if we were to adopt recommendation number 3, that this developer, it would make it impossible for this developer to get access to their site?
That is my understanding, yes.
So I just want to clarify that. So if we adopt recommendation number 3, the applicant could not physically get access to their site to build their condo.
The issue with this site is that it's in the middle of a block. It has a park on one side and an existing building on the other. In order to construct their building, they would need to have some additional area to do their construction hoarding, and so they've asked for temporary closures of the right-of-way, of a lane, and so we would need to be able to grant them that to be able to do their work.
And so you think that's a reasonable request? It's a normal part of the process?
It is a normal part of the negotiated process that we do for projects of this type.
So if we were to adopt recommendation number 3, which denies them access to the site, would you say that's highly unusual?
It would be very challenging for them to commence their work, is my understanding in speaking with my staff.
And to your knowledge, has the applicant followed all the rules and regulations that you would put forward to any applicant across the entire city of Toronto?
Yes, as far as my staff understands, that's correct.
Okay, and a couple of people said, well, the developer doesn't actually need access from the road. They can just have a staging area on their own site. Therefore, we don't need this. Is it your understanding that they cannot have a staging area on their own site, that they actually need access to the road?
This is why each of these decisions are quite site-specific. The nature of this development is such that they would need to have some kind of ability to store equipment materials adjacent to their site while they're doing their shoring and excavation work. And so that would either be on the park adjacent or it would be to be able on the sidewalk, and then we would need to create a temporary sidewalk condition along Avenue Road for people to pass through.
And is it part of the normal process that you would normally go through with the applicant to have a construction mitigation plan?
Correct, yes.
And it's my understanding is that the developer is actually, I think they use the term mobilizing now. Is it to your knowledge, is this developer actually about to build right now, or could he wait till next year sometime?
My understanding is that the developer is eager to begin their work. They don't yet have their final site plan approval, but they're close, is what my understanding is.
And in terms of restricting some of Avenue Road, it's a very busy road, very important road. Are you comfortable that if your department gives the approval, that it's an appropriate approval and we are not causing harm to any adjacent owners or local communities?
So as part of what the developer needs to do, they need to put together a transportation mitigation plan. They have to look at delay of their proposal to Avenue Road and about queuing. They have done that. It is to the satisfaction of our staff that we could grant temporary lane closure, and we would continue to monitor that, of course, to make sure that that remained the case.
Right. And I just again want to make sure that I understand correctly. So you're saying if we adopt recommendation 3, we are effectively prohibiting this applicant from getting access to their property?
Until after January 31st is my understanding, yes.
Through you, so is it your professional opinion? You've seen my motion. I have a motion to delete recommendation number 3. Do you support that motion?
If the developer wants to get into work on their site before January 31st with a lane closure to commence their construction work, then it would be not possible for my staff to complete that work with recommendation 3 in place.
Okay, and you've seen my other motion, which is to just direct staff to work with the applicant to minimize any disruption to the local community or get off the road. As you know, the mayor has been very insistent that we keep the road capacity at maximum capacity. You're comfortable with the second motion as well?
Yes, and we will continue to work with the developer to get to the best outcome there.
So both of these, so my motion's to delete recommendation number 3, you're supportive of? And to just ask you to do your normal process, which is to minimize disruption. You're comfortable with that?
Correct.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, I have questions of our legal staff. Thank you. Through you, Madam Speaker. This motion number 3, which was added on at Community Council without any public notice or prior consultation with the developer, have you seen the letter from the developer?
Yes, I have.
And I know we're in public forum, so if I'm going in camera, just let me know. But is it your advice to us as I have a motion to delete recommendation number 3, which would deny access to the site to the developer to their own property. Is it your advice to us that it would be prudent to delete recommendation number 3, which is my motion?
Through you, Madam Speaker, my advice is based on not particularly on the letter, but on what I have heard the Transportation Services staff say, which is that in fact the difficulties would be significant. And while no developer has a right to lane closures, if given what we've heard today, I would say that it would be prudent to delete recommendation 3 and then allow Transportation Services staff to exercise their discretion in the normal course.
So I just want to ask you that one more time so I understand it. Your advice to us, the prudent advice is to delete recommendation number 3, and what was the last part?
And allow transportation services staff to exercise their discretion in the normal course.
Okay, so
to
you're in
consider
agreement then
applications.
with the recommendations of our transportation staff?
Yes, in fact, my advice is based on what I've heard from the recommendations.
So
of the
it's fair for me to say
transportation
that both transportation staff and your legal office are comfortable with the two motions that I'm moving and are saying that's a prudent thing for council to do?
staff. I would be comfortable with number 3 being deleted. I'm not sure I've seen, you mentioned 2 motions. I'm not sure if I've seen 2 motions.
Your last question? Okay, Councillor De Beermaker to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. If the clerks could put up my motion, and I'm glad we do have a number of councillors here at the chamber now. I am simply going to move the deletion of recommendation number 3 in the report and move a second motion that just asks staff to follow their normal process with a request to encourage the developer to locate its staging area off Avenue Road, consistent with the Mayor's commitment to limiting the frequency, duration, and size of road occupancy permits. Madam Speaker, I stumbled upon this when somebody, a business, a developer, who, let me say for the record, I have never met before, I have never dealt with before, I know nothing about them. If the actual developer were sitting beside me or in this chamber, I wouldn't even recognize them. If they bumped into me at the drinking fountain, I wouldn't know who they are. I saw an email that said, and I had it circulated, and I circulated it to our legal staff and transportation staff. This letter said, the councillor at the last minute put a motion forward at Toronto Community Council without any consultation with the developer, no consultation at all, no discussion back and forth. In fact, the developer had said they had tried to talk to the councillor over a dozen times, including today. The councillor refused to return their phone calls and refused to meet with them. I'll let Councillor Matlow tell you if that's true or not, but this is the information I've received. The developer basically said to me, again, somebody who's never met me before, that by denying them a staging area on Avenue Road, they are landlocked. They cannot physically build their condo. Sorry, I don't have it. But they cannot physically build their condo. Their machines can't get in. The staging area can't get in. So they will, and in their letter, they're threatening lawsuits because they're saying you are denying us our rightful access. So I went to transportation staff. I said, I have, you know, if recommendation number 3 is fine, I have no problem with recommendation number 3. Staff reviewed it and said, we do not support recommendation number 3. It does landlock this developer. It makes them impossible to do what they're legally entitled to do. This developer, to my knowledge, has gone through a planning process, has all their approvals, their site plan has all been signed off and is waiting for approval today. They've done their construction mitigation plan. They are mobilizing as we speak. They're about to start construction. But one small motion that was put in at the last minute vetoes them, stops them from actually doing what they're legally entitled to do. So my motion, you heard the city solicitor speak. City solicitor said the prudent thing for this council to do is to delete that recommendation, because not a single one of us in this council chamber should be able to stop anybody who has a legal right to build from building. If the concern on Avenue Road is we don't want a lot of Avenue Road to be taken up by a staging area, I sympathize with that. My second motion asked staff, and staff said to me, Councillor, you don't even really need to move this motion. We've certainly heard the mayor. We do this on a regular basis across the entire city. Any developer who needs a staging area anywhere has to go through us. There is a process. We try to mitigate community impacts, and we will keep that developer off the road as much as we can. But we as professional staff feel you should not adopt recommendation number 3, because it does not allow us to give that developer the legal right to proceed with a simple request that we do for applicants all across this city. So, Madam Speaker, I think the motion speaks for itself. I think our General Manager of Transportation has spoken very clearly that she supports deleting recommendation number 3. I think our City Solicitor has spoken very clearly, telling us that is a prudent thing to do to delete recommendation number 3. I would ask members of this Council simply to delete that and follow the advice of our professional staff and not support this motion that was put on an agenda at the 11th hour without the ability of any applicant to talk to the local councillor. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Matlow to speak.
It is quite remarkable, the passion that Councillor De Beermaker spoke about allowing this developer to occupy a lane on Avenue Road in the heart of Toronto. The detail that Councillor de Baermaeker has about this development is remarkable, admirable. The amount of research and work that he is doing so that this developer can occupy a lane on Avenue Road in the middle of Toronto is just spectacular. I'm well aware that, that if you ask transportation staff, if they regularly would support having a lane occupation, they would say yes. And I'm not surprised by their answers. And I've also heard many times before from our city solicitor that as good lawyers, they will tell us that we should have concerns about denying requests for lane occupations. But I believe enough is enough. I have a motion later looking into other ways to prevent our lanes and sidewalks from being occupied by developers for sometimes 2-3 years in a row. This developer, in my opinion, should have thought about how best to build this building before they then, after the fact, decide first that they want to occupy the park, Robertson Davies Park. And what they did is that they put out a letter to the community, first asking for them to lobby the park staff, even though they never allow for parks to be used, to use the park as a staging area. Park staff have been consistent in saying no. Then they want the street, and they start pushing for the street. And as the local councillor, but remember, as a councillor that represents Toronto as well, I'm thinking about not just the impact on the community, but also, do I think it's reasonable they now, all of a sudden, after saying that they don't want, consistently, they don't want Avenue Road, they don't want Avenue Road, they don't want Avenue Road, we want the park, to now all of a sudden want Avenue Road. Narrowing one of Toronto's most important arteries that so many commuters use every day, so that for a year or two, they can build their building and everybody else needs to suffer. So I'll tell you what, if you support Councillor de Baermaeker's motion that will support the developer, I'm going to ask for a recorded vote. And I'm going to share it with everyone I know. And I'm going to make it very clear how we feel about lane closures in this city. When a developer tries to bully their way through, and I don't believe the majority of you actually.
Point to personal privilege, Councillor de Baermaeker.
Councillor Matlow just described a person's or an applicant's behavior as a bully, when all the applicant was doing was actually following the advice of our professional staff. So to say that somebody's following the advice of the staff, doing exactly what they're told is bullying, I think is unfair. I think the councillor should withdraw that remark and apologize to the applicant.
You're doing a great job today for the applicant, but what I'm saying is that we should be serving the public.
Councillor, can you just retract those comments?
Of course
please?
not. Have you read the letter that I'm referring to? I mean, I have cause to say what I said. And it's fair comment.
Well, Councillor de Baermaeker, let's move on. Let's move on.
Go read the letter. So
Let's move on.
just put yourself in my shoes as a local councillor. A developer is pushing to take over a park to stage a construction, and they don't want a lane on the street. And they push and they push and they push. And then they send out a letter full of inaccuracies, trying to get the public themselves to start lobbying city staff to do something that they have already said very clearly and respectfully that they're not going to do. And then all of a sudden, at the 11th hour, they want to take over a lane in the heart of Toronto on Avenue Road. I don't believe that behavior deserves an immediate response in the way that they would like. Now, will I meet with them at the right time and actually look at other ways that they could build on their site? help them with creative ways to do that? Of course I would. I'm not against the development itself. But no, they're not going to take over a lane on Avenue Road. Avenue Road is an important street in the heart of our city. People use it every day. Countless people use it every day. And what I was saying earlier, I'm just going to complete that thought. We say rhetorically here that we want to get Toronto moving, and we're always saying we can't stop lane closures. I'm asking you to try. I'm asking you to try. Let's see what happens, but I'm asking you to try. And I'm going to do that more and more and more here. We can't always capitulate to developers' demands, and we should be advancing the public's interests
Thank you. Your
rather
time's
than
up.
theirs when they want.
Thank you. Thank you.
Privilege?
Councillor de Beermaker.
Again, I would ask Councillor Matlow to withdraw his remark that somehow council would be capitulating to a developer when it was in fact our professional staff who made the recommendations, and as our legal staff support, that the applicant actually be on the roadway. So it is very difficult to say that a developer is threatening and we have to capitulate when they're actually following the advice of our professional staff. So I would ask the councillor to withdraw that remark and apologize for his mischaracterization of what this resident has done.
Councillor de Beermaker, why don't we just move on with the agenda? Like, I just think we're just kind of going crazy here today. Councillor Palacio to speak.
Thank you,
It is a
Madam
crazy
Speaker.
day.
Having heard what the General Manager of Transportation and also the City Solicitor and noted with regards to recommendation number 3, I was not going to speak to this, and usually I do support the local councillors. But let me start by sharing one of the experience that I had with this developer in my area, and that's at the intersection of Rogers and Old Weston Road. A very busy intersection, a very complex site, a very challenging site to develop. So there were a number of conversations between my office, with the planning staff, with the transportation division, and with the community. So one thing that I didn't know is that the developer took on himself to talk to the neighbors and to the residents in the community to try to rally support or for the community to understand the nature of what was happening there. So, of course, when I heard that, I was a little bit irritated because I thought, come on, there is a city councilor after all that's in charge in this community. So we did have a good discussion on that, and at that point I fully understood that he was trying actually to go the extra mile to get something good in terms of engaging the community overall to create a win-win for everyone. So that's an experience that I had with this developer. As a result, we ended up with a mixed development that has residential and commercial, an amazing development that has enhanced the community as a whole. In terms of the lane that we had to use during the construction, that's a public lane that had to be used. And that was one of my concerns as well. They did it in such a way, and the transportation division with the city, they were so much into it, they made sure that the area was functional, especially during peak hours, and things went well. So that's, I just wanted to share that part with you. Now, to do it otherwise, I think that would be to send the wrong message to, not only to the development industry there, but to anyone that's, you know what, somehow, we members of council, we know better than anyone else, and we're going just to, we're going to be above the crowd and forget about the recommendations from staff. So I'm a little bit concerned with that. So that's one of the reasons that I won't be able to support recommendation number 3 as from the local community council, and I will support the recommendations from the Deputy Mayor, de Beermaker. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Councillor DeGiorgio to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Very quickly, I will be supporting the recommendations of the Deputy Mayor as well. 2 things. First of all, approval of site plan is an as-of-right approval process, because once the zoning is approved, then we delegate to staff the power or the authority to make sure that the site plan that's being approved is in compliance, in full compliance with the zoning bylaw that was adopted. Now, to my understanding, the zoning bylaw has been approved in this situation, and staff is using their delegated authority to implement that zoning bylaw through the site plan approval process. Now, to the extent that someone says, well, you know what, I don't think that the zoning is, if the zoning is being impacted in any way, then I can see trying to interfere in the site plan approval process so as to sort of have an impact on that. But if in fact zoning is not being touched in any way, then the issue of how do we make this zoning come to fruition in the most effective way, in the interfering with traffic on Avenue Road to the least possible amount, that's what staff is basically recommending. They're saying the best way to have this zoning bylaw implemented in full compliance with the way it was approved is to do it, close off a lane on Avenue Road for about a 6-month period. And that's all that's happening here, and that's all the Deputy Mayor is recommending. On the other hand, from what I understand, Councillor Matlow is saying something else. Councillor Matlow is saying, well, I believe that building this particular development in accordance with the zoning bylaw that's been approved can be done in a much more effective way by not closing off the lane. And I would be hard-pressed to say and counter what staff is recommending, that it can be done in a much more effective way, in a more cost-effective way. But to the extent that someone can demonstrate that, I'd be more than happy to entertain further his motion. Otherwise, I will be supporting the Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. If you can put the motion on the screen. Okay, recorded vote?
Yes, please.
Councillor Perks, please. Councillor DiGiorgio, Councillor Perruzza, Councillor Davis. Councillor Perruzza, your vote, please. The amendment carries. The vote is 23 to 11.
Okay. Yes, just one moment. John. Okay. Councillor Shiner, on this item?
Yeah, I did it.
Pardon?
I did it.
You did it.
I did it. I voted opposite which I wanted to vote.
Okay. Motion to reopen.
My apologies.
By Councillor de Beermaker, on favor, carried. So let's vote again.
Councillor Perruzza. second vote on the amendment carries. The vote is 25 to 11.
Item is amended. All in favor? Carried. Our next item is page 3, T 34-148. Did we deal with that? Oh, right, okay. Okay, so our next item is on page 3, CC 4433, update on free-floating car share pilot. Councillor Layton, you held the item down. Do you have a question? Does anybody have any questions? No? Okay, Councillor Layton to speak.
Yes, thank you very much. I have two motions. They were advanced circulated. Motion A, that we delete recommendation 3 and adopt instead the following new recommendation. That 1, City Council amend the interim free-floating car share pilot and interim policy to exclude parking locations to exclude permit parking locations with a 100% or higher permit subscription rate, and that the temporary parking permit provisions in Chapter 925 permit parking be amended so that residential visitors and tradespersons can also apply for a permit at up to 100% capacity. 2, that City Council amend the delegation to Community Council to add and remove and or exclude any permit parking streets and or areas designated for permit parking to or from the free-floating car share pilot project that is to take effect 6 months after the commitments of the pilot, such that the Community Council's delegation now be subject to the following 3 conditions. A, the Transportation Services bring forward to Community Council any recommended changes to permit parking streets and or areas deemed necessary. B, 3 months prior to the notice of Community Council consideration of the change to the permit parking street or area be provided in accordance with Chapter 162 notice and notice public. And C, the addition, removal, or exclusion of the permit parking area, street, or area take effect 3 months following the Community Council decision. Motion B is a technical amendment that staff requested me to make. There should have been a revised, this is a revised from the advanced circulated one just with the addition of a word. So, if we'll recap, we had a proposed free-floating car share pilot brought forward by the chair of Public Works, through Public Works, to Council, I want to say 5 months ago now. On the floor of Council, there was some confusion as to what the issues were. So we sent it back. Then at our last council meeting, 2 council meetings ago, the only operator for car share that uses this free-floating model said they were leaving the city. They have left. The cars are gone. They're not in a warehouse somewhere waiting to come back out of the roads because they were trying to negotiate a better deal. They're out of the city. They're not coming back. So staff were requested at that meeting by a motion that we brought for an emergency motion that we brought forward to come back with some revisions. They have proposed revisions in the report that essentially say let's bring the temporary permits that you can get for tradespeople and guests to your home in line with the decision that Council made around the exclusion area, which is my motion 1. Council changed the exclusion area on its last review of this to include all streets and areas that were at 95%. This clearly didn't make sense for the company because they have since left. And that issue is that most of the trips actually occur or start or end in these areas that have the high concentration of parking already. Now, again, if you will recap some of the debate that happened before, every car share vehicle that is on the road, the car share company has reports that suggest that it takes between 7 and 10 other cars off the road by not requiring people to purchase vehicles. I will, though, make a correction to what I've said so far, and instead of calling this car sharing, in respect to Councillor Perks, call this short-term car rental. So, what you have before you, we have come to a, not an agreement, we've come to an understanding with this company, as with others, that we need to make it a little bit easier for these vehicles to find spaces where the members actually are. They are happy with what's being proposed here, and we hope that this change, along with the other changes for the free-floating pilot project, will entice another operator, either this operator to return or another operator to come forward. There is another one that's interested, but to this point, none have stepped step forward. I should say, I'm a car share member. And being a member of some of these services have allowed my household not to own a car. And that I don't have a conflict because I don't get any money from it. What there is an issue with is, though, we have to, oh, the timer's not on. I'll just end it. I'll end it here by saying this is a piece of our transportation system. It's not going to take all the cars off the road. It's not going to free up a whole ton of parking. But for families like mine, that this offers a way for us to exist in this city without a vehicle. And I think that that's an important piece of the future transportation of the city, and I'm happy to put forward these amendments. And that will conclude my remarks. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Councillor Robinson to speak.
Am I the only other speaker?
Yes, yes.
Oh, wow, okay. I'll just say what I've said for the last, I don't know, year, when I placed this motion at Public Works to have this reviewed, and we had the original pilot. Maybe it's even longer than a year. I can't remember anymore. As Councillor Layton indicated, it's been up and down and back and forth. But I want to just, as I've made this speech multiple times, make it one more time to say that our General Manager of Transportation has said this in some of her presentations, and when she's asked questions about this, that the environmental benefits and just general benefits of this is it reduces vehicle ownership. It's a reduction in transportation household costs. It's a reduction in vehicle kilometers traveled, no matter what mode of travel you use, cycling, walking, transit. It reduces greenhouse gases and emissions from reduced driving, and 33% of households in Toronto don't own a vehicle. So if the rest of the report doesn't convince you, hopefully those 5 points do, that we've been pushing for this for a long time. It's been back and forth. We just want to get this off the ground, up and running, and have an opportunity for people who don't own cars but need them periodically to have access to them. So I hope you'll support what's before us.
Councillor Davis to speak.
This has been a difficult decision for me and I think a very challenging policy area. I don't like the tactics that they have used, and but I don't want to measure my support or not by the way that they have tried to enter this market. We all know that Car2Go started parking illegally on our streets, and they have racked up millions, hundreds of thousands, I think, of dollars of fines because of their unwillingness to enter into and engage in a meaningful discussion about the policy and a regulatory regime. At 95%, I was comfortable, but at 100%, I'm not. It means that 2,500 more spaces will be made available to Car2Go within a very restricted area of permit parking only. It seems to me that the solution really is that they want free-floating spaces and they want access to many, many more spaces, that what we should do is wait until Toronto and East York Community Council has decided that it intends to make permit parking more broadly available within our district. Right now in our area in Toronto and East York District, there still is about 40% of spaces that are not permitted, and so those spaces are restricted. I think what we have to do is open the supply first and then allow much greater access to that supply. So unfortunately, I will not be supporting the recommendations. I suspect, however, they will carry, and that we will see the results of the pilot project, and I'm hopeful that at the end of the pilot project we will also have had our discussion about making permit parking much more available. Thank you.
Okay, if we can put the Motion on the screen. Okay. Do we want a recorded vote? No?
Councillor Crisanti.
The motion carries. The vote is 35 to 5.
Recorded vote.
Councillor Crisanti, Councillor Holland,
Councillor Perruzza, please. Councillor DiGiorgio. Councillor Davis. Councillor Davis. The motion carries. The vote is 37 to 2.
Okay, our next item is amended. All in favor? Recorded.
Councillor Perks, please. Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong, please. And Councillor Karygiannis.
Councillor Crisanti, please. Councillor Holland. Councillor Crisanti. Councillor Ainsley, please.
The item is amended, carries. The vote is 38 to 2.
Okay, thank you. Our next item is on page 3, CC 4437. And Councillor Aljamari and Mayor Tory, you have an interest in this? This is 75 Broadway. Yeah. Councillor Robinson, do you have questions to staff? You held the item down?
I don't think I have questions of staff. I was just simply looking to refer this item after conversations with staff, so I don't think I have any questions.
So you just want to refer it?
Just, yeah, in light of the Young Eglinton secondary plan that we approved, I think it was yesterday, although it is a blur, I thought it was ideal to refer this back, and had consulted with the city solicitor on that has it for this file. So it's a simple request to just give it a bit more airtime, given that we've just approved the Young Eglinton secondary plan, and there's no need to rush the process, is what I've been told. We have lots of time because the hearing's not till the end of January. So that's a simple request that I hope people will support.
Does the staff have your motion?
They do indeed. They do.
Where? I don't see it.
Yeah, there it is.
Oh, there it is, okay. So on the motion, recorded vote? Yeah. Because two members had an interest.
Councillor Perruzza, please. Councillor Davis, please.
Councillor Ford, please. Councillor
The referral carries unanimously, 36 in favor.
Okay, our next item is on page 3, MM 4417, Improving Toronto's 311 Service Response. Councillor Holliday, you held the item down. Do you have questions to staff?
I do, Madam Speaker. Thank you. And it would be through you to Mr. York, who manages the 311 Centre. I wonder, Madam Speaker, if I can ask Mr. York to explain what the current standards are and whether or not you've been able to easily obtain them, and if not, what are the reasons why?
The current standards, from a 311 perspective, when it comes to the call intake, is over at 80% of 80%, 75. Sorry, at 75 seconds, 80% of the calls are answered. Right now, for the last 3.5 years, we've averaged a threshold around 42 seconds. At this point in time, for this particular year, we've run into a situation because of absenteeism and some tardiness that we're having some challenges with that service level, which we're addressing.
Can you elaborate on what's happening with absenteeism?
Sure. So, for example, on average, we used to average approximately 13 people a day are on absenteeism. Currently, as it stands, we're averaging anywhere from about 20 to 22 people a day now in absenteeism for various reasons. And we are working with the appropriate stakeholders to address that.
Is there anything that's changed? You said it's gone from 13 to 20 to 22 people a day. We've got a pandemic going on.
I wouldn't necessarily say it's a pandemic situation. We're in an environment where there's been, since January the 4th of this year, there's been a steady influx of challenges from SSHA, taking on additional calls, working with TPS and managing that additional load from the noise complaints. So if you look at that alone, our intake has increased by 7%, which is the volume of calls associated with that portfolio. And then our interactions with TPS has increased 20%. So there's additional loads and impacts on the level of business from a day-to-day perspective that's been consistent throughout the year.
So it's safe to say you're under a lot of stress right now with respect to the intake of calls and service requests.
Correct.
You're trying to keep up. Do you have any concerns with the member motion that's put before us? It looks like it's asking you to strengthen the service standards, which isn't a bad thing, but I'm concerned that you maybe don't have the resources to do so, and then report back, which would be a further resource draw. Do you have concerns being asked to do that by council at this time?
In regards to the timing, I do have a bit of concern. In regards to providing you with reports around emails, I could definitely commit to that towards the end of the year. What the important thing is to understand that we're also going through a transformational phase where we're actually implementing new technology. I don't want to necessarily talk about the vendor per se, but with that new technology, all the things that have been requested through that briefing note will happen. That's part of the strategy that we already have in place. We've just signed that, or in the process of signing that contract as of Monday, and implementing the proof of concept by the end of this year. What I think we can do is through that proof of concept, demonstrate what this new technology and the new 301 platform, the modernization platform, will look like and what it will drive in terms of statistics and reports.
Mr. York, I think members of council all really believe that 311 is an important interface with the public. It's often the first point of contact for the vast majority of service calls to the city. Is there anything that council can do, especially in light of a member motion before us, to further support the work that you're doing, and also in respect that for the next 6 months, you don't really have a council here to make decisions on things? Is there anything that you need from us at this juncture?
Assistance from a budgetary perspective would be greatly appreciated. We are that front-facing organization for the city. and we are taking on an influx of calls and activity. And if we're committed to service, I do believe that some funding and some support is required to enhance that service proposition and be committed to not only the people in this room, but to our residents in Toronto.
But the motion before us doesn't commit any budget to you. It really just asks you to go out and do a whole bunch of study work with respect to your service time. Would this work not actually be better to be done by you in anticipation of a budget submission?
Yes, it would be. And one thing I would also like to respond to is, currently as it stands, the service level for every email, irrelevant if it's urgent or not, is 48 hours. So to address that or to change that particular service level, there is an impact on effort to make that happen. So I do want to make sure that we're fully aware of that existing service level, and what I'd recommend is us publish that service level so we're more comfortable with the email. One thing to understand about the email correspondence, it's a very costly channel. So one of the mandates that we've been asked to do by council is to look at managing those costly channels and diverting it and doing self-service and things of that nature. I'm not saying get rid of email, but we need to appreciate the complexity and costs with that particular channel.
So, Mr. York, through the chair, I guess my wrap-up question, because I think I'm close to time here. This particular motion before us looks at recalibrating those service levels. You told me at the beginning of this question conversation is that you're under a lot of stress right now with respect to human resources for a lot of reasons, and you're working through them. Is it prudent at this time for us to be pressing for a change in service level without really having you had the opportunity to work through those pressures and make sure that you have enough people in place to actually deliver upon what we're implying that you're going to have to do in this motion?
In terms of timing, it's not the appropriate time or ideal time to do that. I definitely have no issues doing that in the near future, but I'd rather look at stabilizing the business. And if it means reporting back on our service levels, we'll definitely do that. I have no problems reporting back on the emails as well. But in regards to doing the analysis, I would rather wait until the proof of concept is established with 311, and then we could actually demonstrate those findings to council and to GMC.
So to be really clear, because it was noisy in the room, deferring some of this work at this juncture would be a prudent course of business. You don't have any apprehension doing this. Let's just not do it today because you've got other things to worry about with respect to the pressures that you have with your staffing levels.
Correct.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Robinson, you have questions?
Come on, Jake. No, I think I'm okay. I'll just quickly ask, just wanted to ask you about the sick time again. I just couldn't hear the beginning of your comments on the sick time and the what you've assessed as a problem there. Or maybe just start with the stats. If you
well, the stats that we said, roughly for the last 3 years, we've averaged about 13 people a day sick. As of late for this year, actually, we're trending at around 22 people per day that's sick. And we've been very transparent and communicated that to council, to stakeholders, and also with the union. And we're working with the appropriate stakeholders to address that and be proactive versus reacting to this down the road.
Okay, thank you. And that number is out of how many FTEs in total?
Approximately around 300 staff. 300.
And sorry, again, these numbers 13 and 22, are they management staff or?
Everything.
It's all staff from
union to non-union, yes.
Okay, so it encompasses all of that.
Yes.
Okay, and how would that impact the day-to-day response time to residents of our city?
It does have a tremendous impact. Actually, if two bodies leave or are affected on a day-to-day basis, that actually impacts the service level by at least 5 to 7%. So we're looking at least 7 to 8 bodies every day not being able to attend. So currently, as it stands, the service level for this year where we're trending is around 72%. But for the last 3 years and change, we've averaged about 82%. Okay. So we're definitely addressing this. We want to be proactive on that. But I want to be very transparent that this is an issue that we need to address.
Yeah, that's helpful to be upfront. Thank you very much. That's all my questions, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Davis, questions?
Do you have responsibility for what I call the counter-service review?
I am part of the organization that's looking at that, yes.
So are you familiar enough for me to ask some questions?
I can do my best.
Okay. I'm going to only ask two.
Okay.
The counter review, which was supposed to have been done in 2000, oh, Juliana knows all about it, too, was supposed to be done in 2005, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. And that review was to look at what kind of personal customer service at our counters are being offered in our civic centers. When is that review going to be complete?
Through the chair, actually, the review has been established, and we do understand the services that are provided at each counter. And there's an initial strategy that we're working through to not necessarily take away the services at the counters, but to give options to our residents that can use things online as well. We're not looking to reduce services, but we're looking to provide additional services and options to our residents.
When will the review be complete and we will see what services are available at a counter in our civic centers?
So through the speaker, I don't have the latest update with me, but I believe that we did present something in a briefing note form to committee to provide an update on that counter review. So we have a plan to move forward. I just can't remember the timing of all those dates.
There wasn't, sorry, I apologize. There was an initial report that was sent, and I know that there are some various opinions associated with that particular report. I could definitely share with that report to you, but there was a report that was sent to GMC which outlined the strategies around the counters and reducing the number of counters, but making sure that when that individual comes to that counter, they can be fully serviced. Right. So instead of
there was going to be counter training so that the finance people and the transportation people who do permits or the various people who serve our residents at those counters could provide multiple services. There was going to be training. There was going to actually expand the kinds of services available at every counter. When will it be done?
Do you remember, Gary?
I really, at this point in time, I could definitely take it offline and report back to you on that. Absolutely.
Okay, I can. All right, I will leave it at that.
Thank you.
I know we're adding new technology.
Councillor Holliday, you held the item down to speak.
I can, Speaker. I don't believe that I'm able to place a motion to receive the item, so I'm just going to suggest that members vote down on it, vote it down. And I'm going to just very respectfully, the member's motion is a thoughtful one and a useful one. I'm not sure it's a useful one at this juncture in time. I have talked to the manager of the call center, the 311 contact center, and I understand there are issues with absenteeism, and I don't know, speaking for myself in my office, I've had to send over a number of messages, and I've noticed differing response times, and I was curious about that, and I think they are having a difficulty keeping up with things right now. And I really think we should just back off on 311 and let them deal with their business right now, and to add on another layer of reporting and to look at ratcheting up the standards, I think just complicates things. There is a there's a procedure through the budget to come in and make adjustments and recalibrations to the service standards. I'm very supportive of looking at those. I think the general manager is as well. But just walking it through on a member's motion and having a very significant impact to the pressure and the requirement to deliver certain amounts of data and information when the 311 contact center is just working right now to make sure that the critical requests of citizens of the city, or even the ones that the councillor's office direct through 311 on their behalf, is really the #1 paramount concern, and I think we should just allow them to do their work. And so I would respectfully suggest that we vote against this motion, let it settle, let the manager do what he needs to do, and go through the budget process to figure out what the path forward is through the future. That's really what I have to say, Madam Speaker.
Okay, thank you. On the item, all in favor? Recorded vote.
Thank you.
Councillor Perruzza, please. Councillor Doucette.
Councillor Campbell. Mayor Tory, please.
Councillor Karygiannis. Councillor Sao.
Councillor Fletcher, please. Councillor Fletcher, your vote, please.
Councillor Davis, please. Councillor Fragadakis, when you're seated.
The item carries. The vote is 33-4.
Page 4, MM 4439. Councillor Robinson, you held the item down. Do you have questions?
Madam Speaker.
Okay, does anybody have any questions? This is on the member's motion. Can we put the motion on the screen so people know what we're discussing? There. Okay, do we have any questions? It's the member's motion. But does nobody have the copy of the motions on their desk? I know. Okay. So do we have any questions before I cut that off? Okay, Councillor Holyday.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Through you to staff, I just wondered if somebody could comment on the practicality of considering construction staging that early in the process. Is it a practical measure? Why don't we do it now? We've got a current process right now. What is that? And, you know, is this a good use of your time to go figure out a change in process at this juncture?
Sorry, through you, Madam Speaker, I think it is a good opportunity further in the process to consult with the industry about consideration of construction staging earlier on in the process, so we're not dealing with the occupation sort of at the last minute, occupying lanes.
Are there any components of the motion that concern you, or are you generally fully supportive of the recommendations that were brought forward through the member's motion?
No, the recommendations we support.
I just add, Madam Speaker, the exercise is similar to an exercise that may have been undertaken earlier in the term as a result of a motion put, I believe, at the end of the last term. I'm not mistaken. It's cited in there. Okay, sorry. In any event, it's a report request, and certainly it would be good to canvass the issue fully, as the city's experienced a lot of conflict with construction. I would just caution Council around the expectations of this to produce a miracle, because there are difficulties in making some of these determinations really early in the process. When someone's going through a planning process, they're going through a planning process. They haven't hired a contractor yet. They haven't developed their approach yet to this. And the industry, when we consulted with them the last time, did express those kinds of views. So we would want to be prepared for that kind of discussion with the industry when we undertake this exercise again.
Okay, so just to sort of reiterate or put a final point on this, on balance, you know, we've looked at this before, but on balance, with all the other reports we ask you and transportation to write, are you satisfied that this is a fruitful use of your precious resources to have another look at the issue, on balance with everything else, or you know, given that it's been brought forward by a member, not staff, is it something that it could be shelved and put away for another time?
In light of our experience in the last 4 years with this issue, it's probably worth having another look at comprehensively.
Thank you very much.
Councillor De Beermaker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think my question is to our Chief Planner. And I just talked to the clerk, so I don't think we can put it on the screen yet. But if I added a clause to the, I think it's the first recommendation, we ask you to report back, or sorry, to staff to report back. If I added the clause on the feasibility of this proposal, I'm assuming you would be comfortable with that?
Yes.
So it's probably good practice for us not to predetermine the outcome one way or the other, but what we would ask you to do is we should say to you, look at this, talk to the development industry. You know what the mayor has been pursuing in terms of getting these staging areas off the road. So you could go back, and if I had an amendment here that said report back on the feasibility of the proposal, you would be very comfortable with that?
Yes.
And that's something you'd recommend that we adopt?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Councillor Robinson to speak.
Again, thank you, Madam Speaker. And again, in the interest of time, I want to just say a few words. At the beginning of this term, I worked with the Mayor's office and other councillors on trying to address the curb lane charges. So along with this undertaking, I hope we can review that once again. I think we should be doing it at least once a term, if not twice. We did increase the charge back to the development community, but I don't think we went far enough, and we didn't go high enough. And in the end, I was disappointed with, I guess, maybe a compromise that was struck. I think we need to make sure that we're not encouraging the use of these lanes, that you know, these developers are using them way past the needed time periods. And I have to say, though, Transportation Services has done an excellent job going out and doing audits and ensuring that they're not just parking there and putting their trucks there, but they're actually using them for the purposes of staging. So they have implemented these audits. They have a crew, a little team that goes out and addresses this, especially if councillors or residents call in about it. So I just want to, again, highlight that for councillors to make sure you're doing that. But this is a very important issue. We need to review this consistently. That's why I worked very hard on this issue. I feel very invested in it because it's something that's very bothersome to the residents of my ward and I'm sure your wards. And it does impact the ability of the residents to be able to navigate the streets of Toronto. So again, next term I hope we can go back and look at those chargebacks and increase those again as we enter a new term for those of us who are here, and you know, fully support looking at ways we can really mitigate staging on our city streets.
Thank you. Councillor Matlow to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I know that this is a priority for most all of us. Perhaps with an exception of some. And nothing frustrates people more as they commute on our streets, whether they are driving or on transit or bicycling, or as a pedestrian. When the public right-of-way, whether it be our sidewalks or our road lanes, are obstructed by construction staging for sometimes 2 years or more at a time. And it impacts our ability to get to work on time, it impacts our ability to get home, it impacts our local economy, and it impacts our quality of life. And it's something that we rhetorically, we talk a lot about, getting our city moving again, doing things to get our city moving again. But there are best practices from around the world that I believe that we can learn from, and that's why the series of motions that I moved over the past several years, that then this sort of asks for the updates, the follow-up on those, and then to continue looking at how to even eliminate the need or the necessity for allowing our road lanes to be occupied by developers all the time. It might be possible. In New York City, for example, while they prohibit peak hour curb hog times when UPS, FedEx trucks, they're far more effective than we are at prohibiting those kind of service vehicles and other even just sort of yahoos who turn on their blinkers and go in for Starbucks from blocking up our road lanes. What they do is that they also create permits for off-peak hours for those delivery trucks to be able to do their business. And maybe that's something we should consider. I don't know. But I want us to look into these kind of ideas. I also am convinced that there are many times when a developer will say it is impossible for us to stage on our own property. When in fact it is possible, it might be more expensive for them to do it, but it is possible. And if we would just find a way, whether it be in our own ability or ask the province or whatever allowances we need to be able to say no when we mean no, to force them onto their own property and force them to provide a sufficient setback, what that does is two things. One thing, it gets them off our roads, off our sidewalks, and onto their own property. If they're forced to provide a sufficient setback, it also means that we might end up with more public realm, wider sidewalks, et cetera, at the end of the day. It's a win-win. Now, I recognize, I've spoken with planning, as you can hear, and transportation, and I recognize that sometimes you can't visualize the entire development and the entire construction plan and the site plan right at the get-go, and I get that. But if there was a way to have it as part of the process, and again, I'll rely on the experts to tell us if there is one, to find ways to, when a developer does speculate on a property and does want to apply to be able to build there, if there are ways to devise a plan with them, perhaps even in concert with them in a positive way, but just in a way to find out how are you going to build this without having to necessarily take over the public right-of-way. Isn't that just a good thing? Isn't that just a really good thing? And I haven't seen these ideas be put in play yet. So I appreciate the willingness of transportation and planning to look at these ideas and see if there are creative ways to really get Toronto moving again. And I'll say the last thing. I know that Mayor Tory has talked a lot about this too. And I think that if we're able to actually come back with some ideas, not just to sort of raise fees incrementally for using the right-of-way, but actually find ways proactively, even before they want to pay us, forgo those fees, but proactively be able to avoid that altogether, then I think that we win, and ultimately the developers will win because there will be less contention in the community about their development in the first place, because it won't have that kind of adverse impact on their lives, and that we'll find ways to work together in a better way. So I hope you support the motion. I must add, by the way, I don't know if Councillor Bearmaker still intends to move the word feasibility. I would submit to you that is just, gratuitously redundant. This is a report request. By the very nature of a report request, we're looking at the feasibility of it. The report request is, part of that is to consult with the development industry in good faith. So, why you need to water it down is beyond me, but that's an answer that others will be able to answer better than I will.
Thank you. Councillor De Bearmaker to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have a motion. Staff can put it up. I'm just going to make an amendment that the staff report back to the Public Works and Infrastructure Committee on the feasibility of this proposal in the first quarter of 2019. And I'm surprised that my colleague, Councillor Matlow, would describe a motion that our Chief Planner supports as gratuitously redundant. I wasn't aware that our chief planner supports motions that are gratuitously redundant, but that's the opinion of my colleagues, and we can vote. But as other members of council heard, when I asked the simple question of our chief planner is, are you comfortable with this and this is something you can support? The answer was yes. And what it does, it reports on the feasibility of it, because I actually believe, and I'd like to thank Mayor Tory for his efforts over 4 years to keep our roads free of congestion. And he has personally held down a number of these staging sites over those 4 years and got them amended and changed, and those are the ones that make it to the floor of council. I know, because I've heard it on TV and I've read it in the newspaper, that the mayor has meetings with our planning staff and our transportation staff to make sure that the amount of inconvenience to our drivers, people from Scarborough coming into downtown or people from downtown coming out to Scarborough, is minimized. So I'd like to really congratulate the mayor for doing that, and I think he's done a very, very good job. I think it's important to say on the feasibility of this proposal, because we just dealt with an item an hour ago where a local councillor moved a motion that effectively vetoed and disallowed a developer from getting access to their own site. So I believe where there are instances where we can get people off the road, we should support that 100%. But there will be occasions in this city where it simply can't happen, and I have trust in our professional staff that on those occasions when there's no other option, they will allow people to get on the road. They'll make sure that the bike lanes are still protected, that the pedestrians are still protected, that there's good sight lines and all the good things that they do. So again, I'm just moving a very simple amendment, and I'll support the amendment and motion. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Are there any further speakers? Okay, if we can put the amendment on the screen. Okay. All in favor? Recorded? Recorded.
Councillor Sal, please. The amendment carries. The vote is 29 to 8.
Okay. Item is amended. Recorded vote.
Councillor Perruzza, please. Thank you. Councillor Karygiannis. Councillor McMahon. Thank you.
Councillor Palacio, Councillor Holland, please.
The item is amended. Carries unanimously, 37 in favor.
Okay, members, so that was the end of the agenda. Now we'll go to the members' motion that was introduced today, MM 44-128. So do we have any questions? We're at your motion, yeah. Questions. Okay, questions to staff. Yes, sir. We'll have questions to staff first, or did you, Mr. Mayor, did you want to speak first, or? No, okay. Questions to staff. Councillor Mihevc.
Madam Speaker, given that there may be some point in taking this to court, I'm wondering whether we should go into camera.
No, it's a public debate.
At some point, maybe, Joe, we don't need to.
Not yet?
Do you have any questions?
Okay. But maybe I'll ask the solicitor to comment on this. And my sense is that this is on process alone. That this is to me, it seems apparent that it violates all due process. That you can't change the terms of the game halfway through the game, irrespective of how you feel, might or might not feel on going to from 47 to 25. Could you comment on that?
Well, we haven't seen what the province is going to do yet, of course, Madam Speaker. We've only got the announcements and an outline. So any sort of if definitive legal advice could only come after having an analysis of that legislation. I see two potential sets of arguments, one around the concept of effective representation and another about whether what the province has does eventually do through the legislation works. Can the province change the rules? Absolutely. But it may be that the way in which they change them makes the administration of the election impractical, and we do have to look at that. The legislation around municipal elections is intricate, and many pieces are connected, and changing one piece affects many other parts of the scheme.
Okay, so there's two potential arguments. Now to the clerk. Can you speak to the issue of the doability of this provincial proposal,
well,
or what it means for you?
To reiterate what the solicitor said, we haven't seen the legislation.
Okay, we know that. Everyone knows that. We don't know. No one knows. Let's assume that for all the questions.
So, exactly, and we really don't know what we're up against. But I can tell you that my job as clerk is to run the election both in accordance with the legislation and the regulations, as well as the principles that underlie that legislation, which speak to the secrecy and confidentiality of an individual's vote. The election must be fair, not favor one candidate over another. The election is accessible to all voters. The integrity of the process is maintained throughout. Voters and candidates have to be treated fairly. There has to be certainty of the results, that the election reflects the votes cast, and the proper majority governs by ensuring that valid votes are counted and invalid votes are rejected. Those are the fundamental principles that underlie the Act and the standards to which the courts will hold me. So, to answer your question, what needs to change? We have only had a very, very brief time to try to get a handle on what may have to change. And I think one thing is clear. We cannot run an election with a nomination day that ends on September the 14th and be ready to have an advance vote on October the 6th. That will simply mean we can't use any of our equipment. We need to test each tabulator with ballots, do logic and accuracy testing, run end-to-end systems tests. That in itself cannot be done in that time frame. In fact, I can't even print ballots in 3 weeks. So what we're going to need to redo is all of our voting subdivisions and make sure they're renumbered for the reduction in wards, recalculate spending limits for candidates, develop and implement a communication plan for the public and candidates about the ward boundary changes, work with the municipal Property Assessment Corporation on the preparation of a new preliminary voters list. They were notified apparently this morning of these changes. Review and revise our voting locations as may be required. Review and revise advance vote dates and locations. Update all of our systems technology with the new wards, if that is possible. And it may well not be. It's an absolutely huge task. And assess whether we can use the voting tabulators. We may have to resort to hand count, which will require an entire new set of policies and procedures, which we need to have in place if we end up in court. Review and revise election processes and procedures as required in any event. Identify the resource and cost implications, both to unravel this election and to administer the new one. We need to review and negotiate any required changes to vendor contracts, and there are a lot of them. We need to revise our staffing model for new voting subdivisions, and the number of voting locations will also, and we end up hiring somewhere in the order of 15,000 individuals to work in voting stations. So this is something that we will have to take into account, and we will need to train them in whatever new rules there are. We'll also have to review and revise locations of the ward and receiving centers and how the distribution of materials is done to the voting stations. So that is just an absolutely high level of the processes and procedures that we're going to have to redo.
Time is up. You're 6.5 minutes. So, Councillor Mihevc, your time's up. Yeah. Councillor Fillion, questions?
Some questions around unraveling this election. Is that our rules, the provincial rules, or a mixture of both?
Everything that I've talked about is the Municipal Elections Act. The provincial election rules do not apply to this election at all. That is entirely a different piece of legislation. It operates entirely differently, and it is the jurisdiction of another individual.
So, through you, Madam Speaker, the tasks that were listed by the clerk are all obligations imposed upon the clerk by the province through the Municipal Elections Act.
So I'm trying to get at how we unravel. So, for example, somebody who has donated to a candidate who then, with the new boundaries, decides not to be a candidate, but they've got all these donations and they're wondering, can they give them back or not? So are those our rules? Do we have control over that, or is that provincial rules?
At this point, we don't know that, Madam Speaker. We will have to see what kind of transition regulations or legislation the the provincial government passes in that respect.
Meaning currently they are under the provincial control, so unless they give us that control, we don't have them.
It's up to the province to establish the legislation and how they will unravel and re-ravel this thing.
Right. And
so just to be clear, Madam Speaker, if I could add something. The campaign finance scheme in the Municipal Elections Act governs campaign finances of candidates, and that is one of the areas that is affected by what is currently proposed. So the province would have to very carefully outline how to address that.
Okay, and we're expecting them to introduce that legislation on Monday, is that correct?
We don't know that for certain. We're certainly hopeful.
And are they talking to us about any of these issues? Do we know who, and if not, do we know who they're talking to?
I had a phone call today from the Assistant Deputy Minister. We talked about how we might jointly go forward and attempt to try to work this through. So we will be having extensive discussions with them in the next week sometime with our legal staff once we determine what our operations might need to look like.
So as far as questions that people who are now candidates questions that they might want answered, generally the answer is, we don't know, we have to wait till the province tells us. Is that it in a nutshell?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Doucette.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Could someone, I'm not sure who wants to answer this one, outline the process we have been going through the last year, 2 years, when the province told us we had to look at our ward boundaries because the city is getting bigger and the populations were not fair and even within our wards. Could you go through the process and roughly how we came up with the decision we did? And did we look at reducing the number of councillors, and how did that all go? I know most of us know that, but I don't know if a lot of people in Toronto understand the process. Oh, hello.
Hi, my name is Brendan O'Callaghan. I'm the lawyer who handled the ward boundary case before the Ontario Municipal Board and before the Divisional Court. I called the city's case with regard to the 47 ward option. We were successful in convincing the Ontario Municipal Board that the 47 ward option was appropriate and reflected appropriate representation and met all of the Carter criteria. And in fact, we weren't directed by the province to look at this. We were directed by ourselves, by council, by virtue of the fact that we had grown out of parity in many of the downtown wards and in the North York wards. And so what we did is we hired a consultant team who actually took 4 years to study this matter, go back and forth to council a number of times with the reports, were directed by council to go back and look at different things, ultimately came up with 4 or 5 options, and ultimately made one recommendation which ticked all of the boxes of the Carter criteria that the Supreme Court of Canada established. And we took that to the OMB. That was the 47 ward option. We were successful. That was challenged in court. We were successful again. So that's the process. At this point, it is now 5 years and counting, and that's where we find ourselves today.
So we have obviously spent a lot of time and a lot of money and to do this process. Have we been consulting with our 3 million residents?
Absolutely. One of the components of the direction to the consultants that I called as witnesses before the Ontario Municipal Board was to have a number of public meetings. We did that. We had many, many public meetings. We did polling. We did night meetings. We did day meetings. We had materials put up on websites. We did everything we could to encourage community engagement, and the board found that what we did was completely adequate.
So I just want to confirm, once this council had made a decision, the decision was taken to the Ontario Municipal Board, and the Ontario Municipal Board agreed with the finding of this council. Is that correct?
That is correct.
One of the reasons we were changing our boundaries was because we did have some councillors looking after 100,000 residents, some councillors looking after 40,000 residents, and we are a growing population. I have about 14 developments in process right now. In my ward alone, I'm going to have more than 5,000 more units in the next 4 or 5 years. All this was taken into consideration, was it not, when we looked at the boundary changes and getting us to the 47?
Absolutely, and growth projections are one of the Carter criteria that the Supreme Court of Canada has directed us must be considered when we establish the ward boundaries. And so what we did with the 47 ward option was to break up some of the very large wards in the downtown and the North York, make them into smaller wards that had a lower population but that were projected to grow very rapidly into voter parity within 1, 2, or 3 election cycles. And the board found that that was entirely appropriate because the Supreme Court said that's entirely appropriate.
So we are looking into the future of our growth. So if you look at the 47 right now, some wards may seem small, but in the years to come, they will all even out to, what was it, around the 61,000, 65,000, is that right?
That's exactly correct. The target year that this council directed our consultants to look at was the 2026 election. And what we decided to do, on the advice of our consultants, was to start some of the larger wards broken up into smaller pieces out of parity, but whereby they would very quickly grow into voter parity with each subsequent election, such that they would have very close to voter parity in 2026. We also looked at the 25-ward federal electoral district, and what they are statutorily mandated to do is to start in parity, which they would start with in this election, and then what we discovered is that they fairly rapidly move out of parity. So you have one version starting in parity and moving out. Our version, our preferred version that was approved, started out of parity and moved towards parity.
Thank you very much for your very helpful answers. Appreciate that.
Thank you, Councillor Doucette. Next on the questions list is Councillor Davis, followed by Councillor Matlow.
What I just wanted to ask the city clerk a couple of questions about and some clarification about the actual election process. So essentially, we will close out one election and start another? Is that what's happening? We're basically holding a second election.
What needs to happen, Councillor, and first I want to clarify, the existing legislation is still in place. So we are still running an election.
No, I understand.
Under the current rules. So we'll have to see what the new rules bring when we get the bill. Presumably, I am hoping we will be able to do some negotiation around that bill and whatever regulations need to be passed in order that we can deal with the process and make it work in the rather short time frame.
Okay. So what happens to those candidates who have collected and spent money?
Councillor, I need to see the legislation when it comes forward.
The rebate program, but the rebate program is our program. So what are we doing about rebates?
I can't answer that question. I haven't seen the legislation.
But the rebate program is a City of Toronto rebate program.
Yes, and there will need to be provisions on what happens with that money, but the province may deal with that in its new legislation.
But is it not something we have responsibility for?
But we have to look at what council has passed in terms of the bylaw together with whatever legislation might address the issue.
Okay. So if we compress this election prep, how much time do we normally use to prepare for an election? We're going to have to redo everything essentially.
So we normally start in earnest preparing for an election in January. So we usually take 8 to 10 months from beginning to end.
Okay, and in this case, we're going to end up having to prepare and deliver this election in how many weeks?
6 weeks based on the September 14th extension date.
6 weeks. So in your estimation, are you able, under the current provisions, to deliver an election that you believe will withstand the risk of some kind of court challenge? I want to know your professional view about doing that.
Madam Speaker, again, I need to say we need to see the legislation to know what we are dealing with, but in my best professional estimation, we are going to need some shortened processes and perhaps some different processes, and some that may not be able to happen at all.
At all?
I don't know that yet.
Okay. I guess as well, I wanted to ask about the boundary review. So I heard the boundary review was found to be legitimate and so on through the challenge. I heard at lunchtime a councillor here say that somehow through this process of consultation that the majority of Toronto residents called for 25 wards. Can you tell me whether or not there was a view expressed through this consultation, maybe to whomever, that the majority of Torontonians want 25 wards?
That was one of the questions that the consultant put to the public at large. There was a fair amount of public support for 25 electoral wards that reflected the federal electoral district, but my recollection of the evidence at the hearing was that they only supported those 25 wards if there were actually 2 councillors per ward.
Okay. Okay, so the consultation did not, in fact, favor fewer councillors. The consultation confirmed what? That councillors, that the residents wanted improved representation. Is that correct?
Well, there was a lot of information and a lot of evidence. It was a 2-week hearing.
No, I'm talking about the consultation that the consultants did and what the conclusions were of those consultations.
The consultants studied the federal electoral boundaries, the 25, and they didn't recommend those, and council didn't adopt them, and the municipal board ultimately determined that the decision of council to go with 47 versus 25 was appropriate.
So I have not gone back and looked through the consultation, but my understanding was that the majority, the findings of the consultation were that more, not fewer, wards were supported.
That's your last
and
question,
preferred.
Councillor Davis.
Certainly, the majority supported a 47-ward option, and that's what this body went with, and the municipal board found that to be reasonable.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Davis. Next on our list is Councillor Matlow.
Yeah, I want to go exactly where Councillor Davis left off. So, are you saying through public consultation, which there has been none with respect to the Premier's announcement that I'm aware of, the majority of people from the public responded that they supported the 47-ward model. Is that correct?
No, there was broad public consultation over a 4-year period, and there was support for all of the models. There was a 22-ward model, there was a 44-ward model, the existing model. There was a 47-ward model, and there was a 25-ward model. My recollection of the evidence was that there was some support for a 25-ward model, but only if it had 2 councillors per ward. They were concerned about capacity to represent.
Right. So in other words, your answer actually exceeds, I think, the answer that I was expecting. So in other words, they wanted to, if they did choose the 25-ward model, they wanted to essentially double the number of politicians?
Yes. One of the Carter criteria is capacity to represent. And so the concern, both with City Council, the consultants, and members of the public, was they wouldn't have access to their councillors if each councillor represented one of 25 wards, and each of those 25 wards had 111,000 people in it. So what we recommended is 47 wards with only 61,000 people in each of them. And
that's the feedback that you heard.
People seemed happy with that.
Yeah. What if, to the clerk perhaps, I know you haven't seen details of the legislation. I don't even know if they exist yet. But what if they ask you to put a square peg into a round hole? Our elections are a critical part of our democracy. They are the process of which the people, for the people, select their representation here at City Hall. And what if this has been done so hastily, without much thought to consequences of reality, and the focus has been on rhetoric and bumper sticker politics and pleasing a certain base, rather than actually providing good governance, and you've been told to just go and stick that square peg into a round hole and don't complain? What if you can't do it in time for the October election? What happens, and has anything like this ever happened before? Is this in fact unprecedented?
Well, first off, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I'm going to go back to what you said initially. My role as an election administrator is to run the election with integrity, to protect the rights of all voters and candidates and all of the other participants in the process, in accordance with the legislation, the regulations that I'm given, and the principles of the Act, which I read out earlier. That's my role. My role is not to comment on that process.
I'm just saying, what if you
My role
can't do it,
is,
though?
as best as possible, to carry it out. Now, the legislation does give me some authority that if I believe that I cannot meet those principles or the standards of the legislation, that I may change those under very limited circumstances.
Could you please expand on that? What do you mean you can change what? What are the circumstances?
If I run into a situation or a circumstance in which I am unable, or I believe that one of the provisions in the legislation will make it very difficult for a voter to exercise their rights, or a group of voters, or a candidate to fulfill their obligations and rights, then I have the authority to make another rule, as long as that is in accordance with the standards of the principles that I provided to you earlier.
So could you change the ward configuration? Could you change the election date? Get some examples of things that you could decide on? Or anything else?
Ward configurations are not in the Elections Act, and I have no authority over that. That is a matter for council or the legislature, as the legislation may be.
I'm asking more, what can you do? What is within your discretion?
Well, I mean, it would involve such things as procedures and voting stations, advance vote dates, those sorts of things. Wherever the rights of individual voters or candidates were.
May I just ask an answer to my earlier question? Just, can you put off the voting date if necessary, if you just can't do it?
That would depend on the circumstances in which we find ourselves, and I would have to get legal advice specifically for that circumstance.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Matlow. Councillor Fletcher is next, followed by Councillor Perruzza.
I just wanted to ask if you're aware, I guess, to the city solicitor and the clerk, of any precedents of this kind where essentially in the middle of an election period, the rules have changed dramatically in Canada, perhaps in Latin America or somewhere, but...
Through you, Speaker, we're not aware of a precedent.
So you think this is probably a unique circumstance at this point, as far as you're aware?
Let me put it this way. In my 30-odd years as a city clerk, I have never been in a situation where I've been provided with legislation that has not had extensive review with the clerk's offices in the province that they impact, ever.
So what you're saying is there'll be legislation that will change the Municipal Elections Act in relation to the City of Toronto, and more than likely the City of Toronto Act in relation to the Municipal Elections Act, and no one has had a conversation with you about whether or not that's, let's just say, possible even at this juncture.
That's correct, until this morning.
And normally, normal practice in normal circumstances in a normal province, that would take place. So I'm just going to ask about legislation. I'm going to ask one thing. There is the requirement, every citizen has the right to fair representation. Is that right? What are the terms under the Charter? What do they call it?
No, of course not.
Electorally?
The Charter does give citizens the right to vote and run for office in federal and provincial elections. Some of the case law considering that right has been applied in the municipal context in ward boundary decisions. That's the Carter decision that we've referred to, and the effective representation test.
So this could technically violate the rights of citizens of Toronto to fair and effective representation. There's a potential that the way this has been introduced could.
This would not violate the Charter of Rights and Freedoms, and the effective representation test itself, it arises in a particular statutory context, so we would have to see what the new statutory context looks like.
So you'd have to look and see, once the amendments were tabled to the Municipal Elections Act and then to the City of Toronto Act, and determine if in any way that impeded a citizen's guarantee to fair and effective representation in the City of Toronto. Would I be right to put it like that? You'd have to look at it.
Through you, Speaker, that's certainly something we could look at.
So Council could ask you to look at that and let us know if that's the case, or any other issues that might be arising out of what the clerk has told us today about the election itself.
We would certainly be prepared to look at that. It's very difficult, absent the statutory framework, to comment on the effective representation argument. But certainly the way in which the legislation is changed and whether it makes it impractical to comply with other components of the legislation would be something we would look at with the clerk.
And such as we've heard from the clerk today. And then one of the things, when the nomination day was today, July 27th, we effectively cut off the ability of councillors to communicate with their constituents as of August the 1st. Is that the right date, Madam Clerk?
Yes.
And that was based on the fact that today was nomination day. If indeed nomination day is going to move, as my esteemed colleague beside me has told me, to September the 14th, then would it be possible for council to say, okay, you can still communicate with your constituents up to Labor Day, which has technically always been what we've done when nomination day has been in September?
Yes, under the old rules and the old dates and the old Elections Act regime, that was indeed the case. It is entirely up to council to determine whether it wishes to amend the constituency services policy and the use of corporate resources policies. Those are both within their jurisdiction.
And within the past, when it's been mid-September for nominations date, we've always made sure that cutoff was somewhere end of August or 1st of September in order. But you could still send emails and things during the month of August.
You're entitled to continue to represent your constituents.
Thank you.
Not me, because I'm...
Thank you, Councillor Fletcher. Councillor Perruzza, to question staff. Councillor Perruzza, you've got 5 minutes. The floor is yours.
Sure. Thank you so much, Speaker. So the communications that we've received from the province and the announcement that was made today basically spoke to the city council election in the city of Toronto, and not, for example, the councillors' election, and, for example, not the mayors or not the school boards. Are those elections staying as they are in terms of their nomination day, their election day, and so on?
Mr. Deputy Speaker, we don't know that for sure. That will be in the legislation. There are several pieces of legislation affected by those.
Because it's my understanding that a number of former trustees, for example, have registered to run for city council. And it may be the case vice versa. And if those elections are not reopened, because they're not changing the trustee boundaries, correct? They've given no indication that the school board boundaries are changing in any way, shape, or form, or that the numbers of trustees are changing in any way, right?
Reading from the news release which was issued by the province this morning, it does indicate that one of the proposed reforms will include allowing for the redistribution of Toronto area school board trustees to align with the proposed new ward boundaries while maintaining the existing number of trustees. extend the nomination deadline for some council candidates and school board trustees from July 27th to September 14th, with additional regulations to help previously nominated candidates transition to the new riding ward boundaries.
So am I to understand by that? So if you were a trustee and you registered for a council seat, for example, the trustee elections will be restarted as well, so that you can change your mind. You can say, well, look, I'm no longer interested in running for city council because the boundaries have changed. I want to go back to being a trustee. Or have those people's rights just kind of like willy-nilly been swept away?
Well, it would appear that way, Councillor, from what I've just read. But again, we'd have to see exactly what the legislation said.
I guess the last question is this, because a lot of hay has been made of voter parity. I just want to get a sense of voter parity. So a new City of Toronto councillor, following the provincial or federal boundaries, will be representing roughly how many people?
111,000.
So roughly 111,000 people. So up in Ottawa, what does a city councillor in Ottawa represent?
I don't know.
Pardon?
I don't know.
But nowhere near 111,000 people.
No.
How about Hamilton? We don't know that either. Okay. So 44,000.
Okay, please, Councillor Fletcher.
Okay. So would it be safe to say that when you turn your mind to what would be voter parity, it would be safe to say that a new City of Toronto councillor, one of the 25, would be representing a population base of 2, 3, and 4 times what every other city councillor in the province of Ontario would be representing, correct? Would that be a fair statement, more or less?
It'd be about twice what councillors in the City of Toronto represent today. That's not voter parity, that's capacity to represent. Voter parity is my vote in one ward worth the same as an elector in a different ward? But capacity to represent is how many constituents does a councillor have to deal with?
Perfect. So a resident of the City of Toronto, their vote, when you compare it to a resident of the City of Vaughan, when they vote for city council and they vote for their mayor, it would be safe to say that a Torontonian's vote is worth a lot less than a resident in Vaughan because they have a much greater representation. And their vote...
That was your last question?
Voter parity is really restricted to the individual jurisdiction.
Thank you. Councillor Holiday.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Through you to the clerk. Okay, we're at the last item of the last council meeting, and there's not going to be a lot of opportunity beyond this. What do you need from council to meet the demands of what you know about the proposed legislation? Do you need money? Do you need people? I'm prepared to write a motion to give it to you. Okay.
What we will need to discuss with the province, and again, this will happen once the legislation is clear. We will need to review that legislation. We will need to be given an opportunity to suggest and changes, which we will hope to have council support for. And then we will also need to negotiate, hopefully, some regulations which deal with the operational matters of the election, because as I indicated earlier, we are not able to even produce ballots in the 3 weeks between nomination day and the election day under the new regime. So we will need support for negotiating those changes.
So what do you think nomination day will be under the new arrangements? I can repeat it. Do we know what the nomination day might be under the new proposal?
September 14th.
We understand that the new nomination day might be September 14th. That's what it indicates in the news release that the province issued this morning.
What was it in the 2014 election?
I can't remember. It was September sometime. I don't remember the dates.
Approximately the same date. Middle of the month?
That's roughly true, yeah.
Okay. Do we need any more not land acquisition, but leases or spaces to rent, more voting machines, more physical things that, the same number of voting stations, or is it more? I mean, I don't know. I'm just trying to figure out the breadth of the issue and the practicality of us being able to rise to the occasion to.
Well, I answered that question for Councillor Mihevc earlier. The difficulty is that this changes the fundamental unit that we need to deal with in an election, which is that geographic unit that defines how we establish the election. So once you change the fundamental geographic unit, we need to go and change everything. We need to redo voting subdivisions. We don't know how ours are going to align with whatever the province proposes for the school boards. That depends then, that runs into how ballots get produced. In the last election, we had 220 different ballot styles because we have school boards of various sorts and non-resident voters and all of that. We don't know what that's going to look like, but we have to go back to the very basics. We need to go back to MPAC and say, produce a new voters list for us once we get those subdivisions sorted out. All of that takes enormous amounts of time.
Do you have
It's complicated. It is very complicated.
Do you have a contingency plan to deal with this? I'm surely you haven't sort of come up with all this overnight. There's be some thought to all of this, because there was if I can finish my question, because there was some discussion about ward boundaries about a year ago, and there would have been some potential to have radical changes. Is there any skeleton of a plan that you can draw upon, and can we do anything else to help you with that, give you the authority to sole source contracts? I mean, I don't know.
Hmm? Yeah, we will potentially need to, in fact, it would be very helpful if council could pass a motion that extended some authority to the chief purchasing officer and myself in order to make those kinds of additional decisions quickly, and also offer us some relief from the various city policies and getting those sorts of approvals that currently are required, because we will need to move very quickly.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor DeGiorgio.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Couple of things. With the birth of the City of Toronto Act, my recollection is that that was kind of a piece of legislation that was negotiated between Dalton McGuinty at the time and the mayor. At least that's the impression I got, that there was consultation between the mayor of the time and the premier, and before that City of Toronto Act was introduced. Is that a fair assessment?
Yes.
No, it was McGuinty.
There was extensive consultation at the staff level as well for the City of Toronto Act, and historically there has been consultation with city staff for Election Act amendments as well. They had a formal consultation process actually for the new act.
Correct. So when there have been amendments or proposed amendments to legislation, whether it be the Planning Act or the City of Toronto Act, and there have been amendments proposed in the past, was there consultation before those amendments came before council to ratify, or at least give our impression as to whether those amendments made sense before the province actually implemented the legislation? Is that fair?
Yes, that's absolutely fair. There's always been negotiations, and I indicated that it's not just in Ontario where there have been negotiations. I've also worked in Alberta and BC and negotiated similar legislative
Understood.
changes.
So that is sort of an established practice that can be relied on. Now, for whatever reason, the provincial government of this day basically says, notwithstanding all of previous established, actually, there was a parallel situation when we first started amalgamation, but I don't want to go there yet because I don't want to burn up a lot of time. Notwithstanding established practice, the overriding consideration here is economic efficiency, and therefore economic efficiency trumps everything, and it trumps an autocratic approach to decision-making that is the consequence of this particular amendment to the City of Toronto Act. Is that fair?
Madam Speaker, I can't answer that question.
Oh, okay.
I can't comment on the politics of the situation.
Okay. So let me go back to what we did, Mr. O'Callaghan. When we went through the public consultation to look at, because we had the right for setting ward boundaries, that was one of the rights that we had under the City of Toronto Act. That is to say, council had the right. We went through consultation, and I think I heard you say that one of the options that we looked at was, in fact, congruence with the provincial and federal boundaries, but because there was a constraint that basically said there have to be 2 councillors to every provincial or federal riding, that would have meant that we were looking at a council of 50.
Well,
correct?
To be fair, what I said was we studied the 25 ward boundary structure, and we put that out to the public and to the councillors. And the response that we got back was it was supportable, but only with 2 councillors per ward.
And what I'm trying to say is that particular notion of 2 councillors per ward was an inbuilt requirement of the legislation as it existed at the time, and would have generated a council of 50 plus the mayor. However, what we did throughout the consultation process was we said, but we want something a little more cost effective. We don't want 50, effectively 50 wards, we want just 47. So to a large extent, this council in opting for 47 versus 50 wards essentially did, let's say, they made a cost-effective decision. Certainly in the context of
I should comment on the 2.
Efficiency.
No, that's true. I'm not going to comment on that.
Okay, so you can't comment on it. All right, fair enough. So my last question would basically say this. So here someone has made a unilateral decision to introduce an amendment, and that'll be the legislation when we'll see it. It'll be an amendment to the City of Toronto Act, and it will have impacts on implementation. And the implementation falls within the Municipal Elections Act. And my own feeling is anything can be done. The reality is if the legislation comes down and it says, here's the way it's going to be, then we have to do anything and everything from an administrative point of view to make it happen. And that means incur overtime, no matter what the hell needs to be done, whatever monies need to be spent.
Thank you, Councillor DeGiorgio.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Mammoliti.
So, just in terms of legislation, there's an opportunity for consultation to all pieces of legislation, right? So in other words, whatever they introduce, they'll have to take out in one way or another for consultation.
Through you, Madam Speaker, there can be consultation on legislation.
I think that it's almost mandatory that they have to have some form of consultation for legislation, unless it's done directly with the cabinet.
I'm not aware of that obligation.
No. They don't have to have consultation on legislation? It doesn't go to committee?
Public hearings is optional. Committee is.
I'm not sure what you're talking about public. Madam Speaker, if the question is about consultation with municipalities, there is a Toronto, Ontario consultation agreement.
No, I didn't.
Under which
no,
there is an agreement to consult with
I didn't say
Toronto
municipalities. I
about
said
things that affect
through
Toronto.
their own process, committees.
I'm not familiar with the public consultation process that the
So
legislature
this legislation wouldn't go to committee?
follows.
It wouldn't go to committee?
I'm
It has to go to committee.
I'm not prepared to comment on that because I'm aware of situations where provincial legislation has gone to committee and where bills have not gone to committee. Bills are sometimes referred to committee and sometimes not. I'm really not prepared to comment on the standing orders of the provincial legislature today. We could certainly look into those and come back to another meeting, but we
My point is
there
there should be an opportunity when it goes to the House to tweak or to amend the legislation in some way. It's not cut and dry the minute that they introduce a piece of legislation.
Oh, no, they can't.
I don't know. My time keeps going, and
Is somebody going to answer the question?
Madam Speaker, to whom was the question directed?
seriously?
I'm sorry, Madam Speaker, I didn't hear the question.
Okay, can
If
you
it was
repeat
directed
it?
to
Your
me,
time is
I
on
would
hold,
request that it
Councillor
be repeated.
Mamalidi. Do you want to repeat it?
Yeah, I'm trying to ask about whether or not there's room for amendments to any piece of legislation in the legislature after it's introduced. My understanding, having been there, I know that legislation gets amended after consultation, after committee, and after even in the House itself.
Okay, can somebody answer that?
Certainly, Madam Speaker, yes, that's correct.
All right.
Bills are amended.
So that means that if the clerk finds itself in a position to have to communicate difficulty with the province on this legislation, that there could very well be an opportunity to amend it to accommodate for the city. There is an opportunity for that to happen. Can you put it on hold again?
Madam Speaker, we would hope that that would be the case. We certainly don't have any control over the process.
The other question I have is just with respect to the federal boundaries. With the federal boundaries comes voters lists. Are they federal voters lists? Do we have access to those federal voters lists? Can we put it on hold again? No, it's the federal voters list.
Okay, hold on. There's some.
Through the Speaker, the Municipal Corporation Assessment Corporation that provides the voters list to municipalities does actually utilize the federal's voters list now.
Right.
It's a flow-through, so
Right.
they do get that information.
All right. So the clerk has that. The clerk has the ability to get the voters list, the federal voters list, at hand, so we know who's eligible to vote.
No, I'm sorry, I need to clarify that. There are completely different processes for the creation of various voters lists, but what is now in place is an agreement between the federal government and MPAC, which provides the municipal voters lists to share their list. But I think what is important to remember is that there are different requirements for voting and voters in municipalities as opposed to the province and the federal government. Because in municipalities, there is a requirement to identify which school board support you have, and there is also a provision that allows owners and tenants as well of properties to vote, which is why we have the connection with the assessment corporation.
You would need the appropriate time to be able to adjust that list, I take it.
Well, we get the preliminary list from MPAC, and then we are authorized only to correct for obvious errors in that list.
So if in fact you need a little more time to be able to tweak whatever you need to tweak, and assuming I'm right, and there is an ability to amend the legislation, we could recommend that instead of on the 22nd of October, that we could be looking at November as a potential election date. That could be possible to give us more time.
Okay, that was your last question?
That's possible for council to do. There is also, that there would be implications for the continuation of council and so forth.
Okay, thank you. Councillor DiCiano.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My questions are to Mr. O'Callaghan. Mr. O'Callaghan, I'm not sure I understood correctly. The 25 ward option was never actually recommended to council. It was rejected in the first round, wasn't it?
That's correct. What I said was studied.
Okay, so it was, but it was rejected in the first round. Executive brought it back, and they came back with an option of 26.
That's correct.
Because I keep hearing in the media that the consultants looked at 25 and we said no. That's not accurate. Is that correct?
Consultants originally did look at 25.
Never came to council.
Correct.
And then when we asked again at executive to look at 25, they came back with 26.
26.
Okay. So, I'm just going through my notes here. The consultant set a standard of plus or minus 10% on the 47 ward option, correct?
Correct.
And when they couldn't meet that standard, they applied the 15% standard to only that option, not the rest of the options, correct?
Well, what the consultants were directed to do and what they did do was look at voter parity in the 2026 election, and they were looking for voter parity within a band of plus or minus 10%.
Right. But only on the option. When they went to 15% because they couldn't fit it into the 10, they only looked at the 47 ward option. Yes or no? Because I've only got. We spent 10 days at this. I've got 5 minutes. So.
And an enjoyable 10 days.
Yes, it was.
That's fair. They looked at 15%.
Right. So that is really a double standard, isn't it?
Well, not really. And you'll recall the argument that I made at the Ontario Municipal Board. When you're dealing with a base number of 111,000 people per ward, plus or minus 10% of that is actually a lot more people than plus or minus 10% of 61,000 people as the base number per ward. So I was able to convince the board that our going to 15% plus or minus in 2026 was entirely appropriate and reasonable when it was compared to 10% of 111,000 people.
Right. Okay. So, and I think you and I disagreed on that argument, but so let's look at well, I
Who's
think
counting?
Yeah, I think these tables have turned a bit, but with the 47 ward option, Liberty Village, because obviously we both agree that voter parity, there's a whole bunch of fundamental things that we have to look at when deciding ward boundaries, but voter parity is the most important. And you look at Liberty Village, 83,000 people. You look at Corktown, it's 33,000 people under the proposed 47 ward option. You would agree with that?
Well, I'd agree that voter parity is important, but it's not the only Carter criteria, as you're aware. There were 6 of them.
Right. Most important,
communities of interest, geographic boundaries.
But most important would be voter parity.
It's always at the top.
Right. So you would agree that those are 50,000 people apart, but in the new proposed 25 ward boundaries that was proposed this morning, there would only be 21,000 people difference as opposed to 50,000 people difference. So we're much closer to parity on the outset than we would be.
The city has always acknowledged, in our case at the Ontario Municipal Board, that when you start in parity, you're going to be closer to parity in that election year. So we always acknowledged that the 25 ward option or the 26 ward option would start closer to voter parity than the 47 ward option. Our choice on the 47 ward option from the consultants and from this body was to grow into parity with each subsequent election.
Right. So, and at the hearing, the appellant, being me, we were the only ones that provided the OMB with numbers, and that wasn't contested by the city. Is that correct? They were never challenged, our numbers?
No, we had a lot of our own numbers.
But you never challenged my numbers?
Well, we challenged the way that you calculated them in the percentage. We converted them to people, and
Correct.
when we did that, you get bigger deviations of people than there were percentages.
But, so what we presented to the OMB that under the 47 ward option, 1,083,000 people would be outside of voter parity, and if we went to 25 wards, it would only be 263,000 people, and that was not challenged. Is that correct?
I heard that number for the very first time at the divisional court, and I don't recall that number coming up at the hearing. In any event, the board found that our position was reasonable.
Yeah, no, but it just wasn't challenged.
In this election, we've always acknowledged that the 47 ward option was not starting in parity. It was moving towards parity with every subsequent election. The 25 ward option was starting in parity and then immediately beginning to move out of parity with every subsequent election.
Great, thank you. So I've heard loud and clear that starting in voter parity is a better. Certainly, the 25 ward option would bring us to voter parity off the bat. My last question is for the city clerk. I'm just confused as to why in 2014 the cutoff for candidates was September the 14th, and we were able to produce ballots in time for an election 1 month later. And this time, the municipal affairs minister is more or less doing the same cutoff period, and we can't produce ballots.
Okay, that was your last question.
Madam Speaker, the fact of the matter is, in 2014, we had already had all of our preliminary work done, including the voting subdivisions, which are the fundamental piece that is required to do the election, as it were. So now we are starting from that point. We had to provide our voting subdivisions under the existing legislation to MPAC to start work on the voters list by March 1st. We don't have that kind of time frame from September 14th to October 22nd. So there's a vast difference. We are going back to the very first step in running an election. We don't have that kind of time frame in that 3-week period.
Thank you.
So it is not that simple.
Thank you. Councillor Troisi.
Madam Chair, my questions are to legal. Does the province have the power to set ward boundaries and ward numbers?
The province would have to amend the City of Toronto Act to do that, but they can.
Okay. My second question, does the fact that candidates have already filed impact or limit the province's powers?
Madam Speaker, it does not impact or, whoops. Yeah, it's flicking on and off. I'm not sure why. Madam Speaker, that does not affect the province's powers. Okay. However, the ability to administer the election is something that the province would need to work through in deciding how to craft those amendments.
Sure. Can the province unilaterally change election filing deadlines?
So, Madam Speaker, my answer is really the same as to the last question. Yep. Yes, the province does have that power, but in exercising that power, in order to permit the election to be administered and in accordance with the principles and the results to be something that we could credibly rely on and to avoid controverted election challenges, it's very important for the province to make these changes in a way that permits the election to be administered in accordance with the principles.
Okay. My last question is, are there any deadlines for referendums in an election year?
Yes, there are. And the deadline has passed.
Thank you.
Councillor Wong-Tam.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and through you. I want to ask some questions regarding, just following up on that referendum question. First of all, what is the deadline for us to put forward a referendum question? When do we have to determine that question?
That was March 1st.
Okay, so that means that that option is not before us. Under the City of Toronto Act, the relationship between the city and the province is one that's built on mutual respect, cooperation, and consultation. Is that not correct? It's a yes or no.
Sorry, my microphone wasn't turning
thank
on.
you.
I'm having a little difficulty with it, Madam Speaker. That language is at the beginning of the City of Toronto Act. Yes, that's correct.
And under that specific act, where we see a whole header, you may stay on your feet, there's a few of them for you. Under that header, it actually says consultation, and that in the best interests of the province and the city, they must engage in ongoing consultation with each other on matters of mutual interest, and in accordance with an agreement with the province and the city. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct, Madam Speaker. That was the Toronto-Ontario consultation agreement that I referred to earlier.
Okay, and in this case, has there been consultation between the City of Toronto and the province of Ontario on this particular matter?
I am personally not aware of any consultation that occurred prior to the announcement that was made this morning.
Yes, thank you very much. And if a special act, meaning an act that's outside of the City of Toronto Act, was put into full force and effect, can the city exercise its powers, and these are the overriding powers under subsection 3 and section 3, subsection 2, that we may exercise our power to override a special act, especially as it pertains to the changing of the composition of City Council? That is correct, CODA. I'm specific.
Yeah, I believe I know the section that is being referred to, Madam Speaker, and I don't believe that it affects the province's ability to enact this legislation.
But the title of this section is called override power, where the override power is given to the city, where it may exercise its power with respect to any of the following matters to override a special act enacted by the province, including the changing the composition of City Council.
It's my recollection, Madam Speaker, that reference to special acts refers to special legislation, and that would be special legislation enacted by the province to empower the city to do particular things.
Okay, thank you.
I will have another look at it, though, Madam Speaker.
Yes, please do. I think that's a very important portion of the Act to spend some particular attention to. Under the scope of powers, still under COTA, that an act can be broadly interpreted, this act, the COTA Act, can be broadly interpreted to confer broad authority onto the city to enable the city to govern its affairs as it considers appropriate. Is that, am I reading this act correctly?
That is correct, yes.
Thank you very much. Under the Municipal Elections Act, and I think it's important for us to note, when we are coming back to the issue of the referendum, when the referendum question was, or option was proposed by the mayor, was there any consultation with City Legal before that statement was made this morning?
Through you, Madam Speaker, I want to be clear about the meaning of referendum in this context. I've had many discussions with many members of city staff and council today about public consultation. And the Municipal Elections Act is one area that we can look to for a mechanism to consult with the public. We don't use the word plebiscite or referendum in that context. In that context, there is the ability to put a question on the ballot. The deadline for that, as you've just heard from the city clerk, was March 1st.
Thank you.
A referendum and plebiscite are terms people sometimes use for methods of public consultation. That's not actually the term used in the Municipal Elections Act. And because the city has very broad powers, it has other abilities to consult with the public outside the framework of the Municipal Elections Act.
That didn't quite answer my question, but that's okay. My final question for you is the city's total budget for city councilors, all of us, all 44 of us, is approximately $23 million a year for 44 councillors, which represents approximately 0.17% of the city's operating budget. So it's less than 1%, just under 20%.
Okay, Councillor, your time is up.
So my question is, Madam Speaker, and this is important. How did the Premier come up with a $25 million saving by slashing council in half when our entire budget for all of council is only?
We have not had an ability yet to do the analysis of that figure. Again, looking at the news release, it says 25 $8.5 million over 4 years. We'd have to go and do some analysis, but you know, in looking at it very quickly, that figure is not entirely unreasonable, we believe. I've talked to the CFO about that. It's not an unreasonable figure, I think.
Thank you. Councillor Ford.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And through you to our city solicitor and city clerk, I'd like to start off by just putting into context the previous speaker's questions, my colleagues' questions. So we heard some questions around this act, that act, all these acts that could, in one way, shape, or form, contradict what this government is trying to do here and the intentions of reducing city council to a total of 26 members. Does the province have the ability to change any act that they put forward to get the outcome they would like to see happen?
Certainly, the province has the ability to amend any provincial legislation, yes.
Okay, thank you. So kind of moving on.
Just one sec, please. Councillor Davis, there's questions being asked to staff, and you're speaking to staff. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So just understand, kind of staying away from more the political side of this, but more of how we move forward as a city, if that is the provincial government's direction. If it is their direction that we go to 26 members, we are going to 26 members. Is that correct? We can't do something opposite of that.
Madam Speaker, the city and all municipalities are creatures of provincial legislation.
Right. Okay, thank you. So to understand this, and maybe more to our city clerk, of course, as you have explained to City Council, that under the current framework and how it sits right now, there are definitely some challenges in making this happen for an October 22nd election, correct? Due to the act, due to the provision sent out that you have to follow.
Yes, that's correct.
Right. So what I'm trying to get at here is if the provincial government decides to change the act, they have the ability to put to the floor in the House a number of different amendments to different acts to get the outcome that could, in fact, help our city clerks here do an election for October 22nd.
Yes, and I alluded to that earlier, Councillor. What we are hoping we are able to do is look at the legislation as soon as it is released and tabled, and that we would be able to then go into the current process and see what needs to be done to make a new process and a new date work in some capacity.
Of course. And I would also assume that you would need the support of this City Council as well as the province with how they do the amendments to have this carry out. But you would also need the support of this City Council to give you the resources to also help you carry out this election in that manner. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So it is doable. I guess...
Well, we'll see.
Well, every question I am asked is yes. So my last question is, you said you had a conversation with the Deputy Minister. I assume they are not just dropping it on the City of Toronto. I believe there will be a number of conversations with your staff daily going through this process to help move this process forward. In your conversations with the Deputy Minister, did he commit to helping move this forward? Did the ministry show any type of commitment to help?
I did not speak with the deputy. I spoke with one of the assistant deputies, and they indicated that they were prepared as much as they could do to try to assist in coming up with an election that could possibly work. in the time frame. They did not understand our operations and the extent of how, the impact, but we will work with them, as I indicated before, to try to sort through this.
Okay. And I was going to end there, but I am going to ask one more question, because this hasn't been very clear, and I know this question is going to come up either way. Can the City of Toronto today challenge this in court, moving out of this chamber? And do you recommend that? And do you think it would be successful if we did?
So, Madam Speaker, I'm not prepared to answer that question without having seen the legislation. We would have to analyze that.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Holland.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and through to the clerks. And so, Uli, who contacted you then from the ministry? Was the ADM?
So it was the ADM.
And so they do frequently change at the province. So are they in a new position? Is this person very familiar with the city and its functions? You were just saying that they weren't very familiar.
We have worked with the ADM in previous discussions.
Okay.
So yes.
Great. Okay. So are they prepared to help, meaning in assistance for resources, staffing, meaning would the province be able to assist the city in a funding, if you were to require more staffing or resources?
We have not had those conversations because, again, we don't know what we're going to be faced with.
Okay, and so when you were going through when you read out the proposal and going through that list, what type of resources would you be looking for?
We need the ability to actually come up with a plan once we see the legislation. What we will identify prior to that over the weekend are the existing processes that may need to change with going back to square one.
Okay, and in terms of the redistribution of let's say the riding or wards to the ridings, would we be going to, how do we know the list of electors, or would we rely on provincial lists?
The list of electors, we would rely on MPAC to provide that. And in fact, under our current legislation, we're expecting the preliminary list of electors on July 31st based on the 47 ward model. So we'll need to work with MPAC on the new 25 ward system, and they're going to need to redistribute their voters list to us under a different time frame.
And how would MPAC be able to produce that in an efficient time frame?
From the conversation that I had with the ADM this morning is that MPAC was notified of the changes this morning.
And would MPAC be requiring additional resources, or would the province be providing additional resources to MPAC? We don't know.
I can't answer that
Okay.
question. They are also in the process of getting out the other municipalities' voters lists for October 22nd. I don't know.
And in terms of the polling stations then, so that would obviously impact the polling stations, and would it go according to provincial polling stations, or how, do we have any idea about that?
It's difficult to answer that question. Currently, under our 47 ward model, we've identified 1,752 polling stations for the 2018 election, but it's based on that geography. So we would have to look at redoing our polling stations on a 25 ward model. We have a number of criteria and factors that we look at when we identify a polling station for an election.
Okay, and just one final question in terms of staffing. So moving forward, if this should proceed, and then how would it be this body or this council that would, for example, reorg our own staffing levels, or how would we do that?
we work very closely with members of the administration who are freed up to work with us in sort of the more senior levels. We also hire up to, depending on the number of voting stations, roughly between 15 and 19,000 individuals to work in voting stations on the day. That would not change. We're in the process of doing that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Shan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Through you to the staff. Unless the legislation passes, we are continuing as we had been going on. I'm assuming, is that right?
Through you, Madam Speaker, until there's an amendment to the legislation, the current legislative framework remains in place, and the clerk will continue to administer the election in accordance with the current legislation.
So am I right in assuming that the deadline for, as of now, the deadline for signing up to be a councillor or a trustee already passed, mayor already passed?
Yes, it was 2 p.m. today.
Okay, there were some media reports that said it has been extended. Has there been any communication to folks to say that the deadline passed?
To be clear, Madam Speaker, the deadline could be extended by provincial legislation, but it has not been extended at this point. We have not seen a bill, and certainly no legislation has been amended.
Well, as the body that is administering the election, if there's misinformation about potential deadline extension, would it be possible to have something that clarifies the position that, as of now, this is what has happened? All right. Can I get my time on hold?
Madam Speaker, we would need, if we received new legislation with new timelines, we would have to change all of our materials, all of our communications, all of our advertising to reflect the new dates.
So for candidates, do you know roughly how many candidates have signed up to run for elections for councillors?
Well, we had a very busy day today, but we were somewhere in the order of 500 plus.
So leaving outside the 40 people or so who are returning, there's about 460 people who have registered. And if this changes, it'll be a new campaign for those people. Would it be?
Yes, that's correct.
So for those candidates who have signed up, they were under the impression the deadline was today. And would that mean they'll have to close this? It's, technically, a new election would be held. So it's basically canceling an election on 460 or 500 people who have registered, if you were to do that.
It really depends on the legislation, and we have not seen that wording, so I can't answer that question right now.
You had information sessions that were held based on the current setup. If the new setup comes, there would be information sessions held again?
I think we'd have to look at that, Councillor. I mean, the information in the Act likely hasn't changed. It sounds like the ward structure and the timeline may have changed, but the campaign finance information and all the requirements for candidates, from what we understand from the limited media information we have available today, is not expected to change.
Would there be any impact on accessibility, whether it be physical accessibility or linguistic accessibility, in terms of full participation of residents of Toronto if this was to be rushed within a 6 weeks period?
It certainly wouldn't be our intention. We have worked very diligently the last number of months on an accessibility plan, including reducing linguistic barriers, and we would hope to continue to do so.
Who sets the deadline for the referendum? Is it set by the province?
Yes, that's contained in the legislation, the existing legislation.
And if they want to, if the province wants to support a referendum, they could change the deadline to allow us to have the referendum.
Yes, they could.
The last question is about school board. If the school boards have not been directed to change their boundaries, am I right? From what we are hearing?
Through the Speaker, our understanding from the media releases that the province will be imposing the school board boundaries to align with the 25 ward model, and the school boards will then not have that work to do themselves.
So their numbers they would change it to go from 22 trustees to 25 trustees, if I'm right. And that's what.
No, the media release indicated this morning that the trustee numbers wouldn't change. They would merely change their boundaries to align with the 25 ward model without changing the number of trustees.
Okay, so it's likely that two of the federal ridings might have one trustees. How would that work? You have 25 ridings, but 22 trustees, I'm assuming. It's not our problem to have in terms of representation, but I'm trying to look at logistics in terms of how you organize this.
Yeah, so theoretically, they would likely have 2 trustees in some areas to make up the 25 ridings with the current number of trustees.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Fragadakis?
Yes, thank you. That actually, just to pick up on what Councillor Shan was saying, because I was reading this backgrounder on the Better Local Government Act, and it said that there were no changes, or there are no changes to the number of school board trustees, and those will remain unchanged. And then it says that Ontario Regulation 412/00 under the Education Act would be amended to ensure that the Toronto School Board trustee seats are aligned to the revised Toronto ward boundaries. So at present, there are 22 Toronto District School Board trustees. There's going to be 25 wards, or sorry, I guess, whatever they're going to be called, wards to match up with the ridings. So the math doesn't add up. So we're off by 3. So do you have any information about what it could look like to cover off that 3-person difference? Because if you have the same number of trustees supposed to represent what lines up with the wards, how do you square that?
So my assumption, Councillor, would be that some trustees would be representing multiple wards, and in fact, we already have that within the 47 ward model. So for the Toronto District School Board with 22 trustees, they do have a couple that are representing multiple wards in order for the math to add up properly.
Oh, okay. Okay, great. Thanks for clarifying that. I didn't realize that. Just wondering about, earlier on, the clerk had read off a list of the obligations of the clerk to administer the election. I was wondering if we could get a copy of that list when you have a moment.
We can provide that.
Yeah, okay, great, to all members of council. And then I was just wondering, I mean, this is supposed to be our last meeting of council. I mean, once you have had a chance to review the legislation and talk to your counterparts at the province, is there an opportunity perhaps for this council to meet again to discuss your findings and anything that you may need that you don't get today as we move forward? So could there be another meeting of council in August? And if so, what do we need to do today to bring effect to that?
Well, the chair has the ability, i.e. the mayor has the ability to call a special meeting. Or there is also a petition procedure under CODA.
So that's still in effect, that should 23 members of council sign a petition to hold a special meeting of council in August, we are still able to do that?
Yes.
Great, thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor McMahon.
Thank you very much. And I just want to start with a big thank you to clerks and legal for your tireless work always, and especially election period, but especially with this new nightmare upon you. So just with regards to the candidates who have already been running, thinking that they're in a regular, normal election, May 1st onward, and you run candidate training sessions. And so what will happen now? Will you restart them, or just continue on, or add more for the new candidates?
Through the Speaker, we'd have to assess that, Councillor, once we've looked at the legislation, but I would caution you that our candidate information sessions are quite general, based on campaign finance and requirements to run in a municipal election, and I'm not certain that a 25 ward model would change that information, but until we've assessed the legislation, it's difficult for us to judge that.
I guess I was saying with the schedule of them, because you've already maybe had some of them, And you might, if the deadline is extended till September 14th,
Yep.
those people might have missed.
So you're right. If the legislation does extend the nomination period and we have new candidates coming in that have not had the ability or access to a candidate information session, then we would certainly look at running multiple ones to cover that.
Okay. And if this should happen, where we reduce the councillors and amalgamate wards, what we need to do an educational campaign of sorts. Who runs that? Does the city run that? Does the province run that? When do we run that? Who's paying for that?
Through the speaker, so similar to the campaign that we ran to educate the public that Toronto was moving from a 44 to 47 ward model, the Toronto Election Office partnered very closely with the City Manager's Office on a communication and education campaign, and my assumption would be that we would do something similar to educate the public that we were now moving from a 47 ward model to a 25 ward model.
Do you think the province would help us with funding or people power for that?
That wouldn't be my expectation, and that hasn't been my experience historically.
Thanks. Now, our amazing lead clerk and possible constituent, Yuli was mentioning the lengthy list, to-do list you have starting now. I mean, you'll have to get into the weeds to figure it out this weekend or whenever you're doing it next week. But what do you anticipate, like, as far as how can you manage this workload? B, what kind of numbers of new employees or people would you need to help you manage this workload?
Madam Speaker, until we see the legislation, we have no idea what we are going to have to do. We will try to also negotiate in the legislation and the regulations that there may be passed some ability to, manage that workload.
And just one last question to the city solicitor, who mentioned when we were talking about the referendum, plebiscite, and how you don't use those terms. But outside of those, or outside of having a question on the ballot, there you have, what did you say? The city has other ways of consulting the public on this, and I just wondered what those are.
Through you, Madam Speaker, yes, the City of Toronto Act gives the city very broad powers, and I can envision a number of ways that the city could consult the public through the exercise of those powers, and certainly the city does a lot of public consultation. My office doesn't conduct it, so I would actually prefer to have the city manager's office answer the questions about what those models might be, what steps might be taken, but I can tell you that the powers are very broad and any number of things could be done.
Okay, could the city manager's office explain some possible scenarios for consultation instead of a referendum?
I don't think they're here. No.
They're right here. Thank you.
Okay, I'll wait for her to come.
Madam Speaker, through you, there are, of course, many models of public consultation that the city uses in a variety of ways. It would, of course, depend on the timing, the objectives, and the kind of the question that we would be presenting or being asked to present.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Palacio.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This is a follow-up to Councillor McMahon's question in terms of consultation. Some key questions in terms of the referendum aspect or some sort of plebiscite or whatever. So you told us that the time has lapsed and back in March, correct?
No, in fact, it's much less than that, because as we explained earlier, the entire process takes roughly 9 to 10 months to get to this stage.
So the relevance of having any referendum at this point would have been if, with the current model of 47 wards, the way City Council has approved and the way we have gone through the process.
Well, if the province proceeds with the legislation, yes, it would be too late to put a question on the ballot. But, you know, again, I think that's a subject of negotiation.
So there are two questions: the relevance of having a referendum under the current model 47, or the irrelevance of having some sort of referendum with the current regulation that's going to be introduced on Monday. So if the numbers are going to be changed, so what would be the purpose of having that very question of a referendum? I'm trying just to have a clear answer in terms of what we are asking and what we are dealing with.
Well, the point of it, Madam Speaker, would be if the province did not proceed with the legislation immediately and allowed time for the referendum to be held.
Now, in terms of the voters list, you did mention that you'll have to get new information from MPAC. Now, we all know that information from MPAC is outdated, very often is extremely unreliable, and that's an experience that any one of us who have run in the past and we have encountered. So my question to you is, with there is information at the provincial level that they use during, for example, during the last provincial election or during the federal elections, the information that tends to be more accurate and up to date, including names and phone numbers and whatever, you name it. How feasible is it to get that information through some sort of cooperation with the other two levels, to get accurate information that would serve the purpose?
Through the Speaker, I understand that the MPAC is negotiating with the Chief Electoral Officer of Ontario right now to do some data merging of the provincial list with the MPAC list, as well as the National Register of Electors, in order to improve the accuracy of the voters list provided to all municipalities in Ontario for the 2018 election.
So that will be for the upcoming election that's scheduled on October the 22nd.
That's our understanding, but again, it's a negotiation between the Chief Electoral Officer of Ontario and MPAC, so we're not privy to those conversations, but we've certainly been advised by MPAC that that's their hope.
My next question is in terms of the City of Toronto Act. Now, the 444 municipalities in the province are creatures of the province, so the province has total jurisdiction over the municipalities. Now, under the City of Toronto Act and some of the changes in 2000 as well as in 2006, there were some changes allowing different numbers of wards and so on. So at this point, the province is coming up with something new. So I want to be very clear in terms of your answer. Does the province have total jurisdiction in terms of telling the city, as a creature of the province, this is what's going to be done and this is the way we're going to do it, in terms of creating something new? I just want to have a good understanding.
Through you, Madam Speaker, in the City of Toronto Act 2006, the province granted City Council the power to establish its ward boundaries, and the province could take that away through an amendment to the City of Toronto Act 2006. This is a short grant action.
Thank you. Mayor Tory?
Yes, Madam Speaker, thank you. I have a couple of questions. I think they're probably for the solicitor, because I think there were some questions asked earlier on about a referendum or a similar kind of mechanism that may have left an incorrect impression. First of all, I'm assuming it's correct to say that if the province chose, under whatever legislation it chose to do so, upon request from us, they could. themselves allow the conduct of a referendum or a similar kind of taking of the public's pulse if they chose to do so.
Certainly one way to do that would be to amend the Municipal Elections Act, which is where we find the deadline for passing a bylaw that requires the clerk to put a question on the ballot.
Well,
that's the deadline that's passed. So yes, the
my
province
second
could do
question.
that, yes.
So just to confirm that one, because it was a different question, and I'll come back to the first one, but let's deal with the second one,
Yes.
because it was my second one, which is the problem that was asked about earlier on by Councillor Wong Tam, and it kind of left the impression we should just throw up our hands and give up, was that there was this March deadline. And if the province chose, as part of the very same bill that we haven't yet seen, that could come in next week, if they chose to allow us to conduct a referendum, they could simply put a provision into that bill that would allow us change the date, say August 15th or September 1st, to put a question on the ballot, and that would allow us to do so. Am I correct?
Yes, that is correct.
All right, thank you. And then back to the first one. If the province itself, if we asked them directly and said, you conduct within the City of Toronto a referendum, I assume they have some legal mechanism pursuant to which they could do that.
Yes, they do.
Okay, so they could do that if they agreed to do so.
Mayor.
And then finally, I think I heard you say earlier on, there are other mechanisms that we have that don't necessarily constitute a referendum per se or a plebiscite. They may be under various categories, various ways we have at our disposal as a city to take the pulse of the public, to ask a question of the public and get an answer.
That's correct, absolutely.
All right. Thank you. Now, my second set of questions just relates to the matter of injunctions. I assume that there is no possibility that we could seek an injunction to enjoin the Ontario government from introducing a piece of legislation into the Legislative Assembly of Ontario.
Through you, Madam Speaker, I don't see that as a possibility. No, when I answered questions earlier about potential challenges, my advice was simply that we could look at it and see whether there was any sort of an application that could be made.
All right.
But I was not speaking about injunctions, no.
All right. So following along with that, are there any other means you can identify for us today pursuant to which the city might seek an injunction or a mandatory injunction to cause the province to do or not to do something at this stage when we haven't yet seen the legislation?
Absolutely not. No, without seeing the legislation, I wouldn't be able to give any advice whatsoever.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Wong Tam, point of order.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I just wanted to seek your clarification. If the mayor is asking questions of staff, may we ask him questions since he's on his feet?
No, not now, no.
After.
No.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Baila.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Speaker. To the solicitor or chief clerks, you talked about hoping to see the legislation next week and negotiations going back and forth. How long can these negotiations take?
That time frame is up to the province.
So we could be until the day before September 14th without knowing how we're going to run this election?
I would rather doubt that, Madam Speaker.
So if you don't, are you going to be operating under the old legislation until the new legislation is presented or until the new legislation is passed?
Until it's passed.
So if it takes 3-4 weeks, anybody that wants to register, whatever, the office will be closed downstairs for anybody that wants to enter the race, correct?
So just to clarify, Madam Speaker, until the current legislation has been amended, the city clerk is obliged to administer the election in accordance with the current legislation.
Okay. So is there a legal obligation that we have to have a certain number of days as the nomination period? So let's say we do only have the legislation done a week before, so we only have a week for the nomination.
That, again, is entirely the subject of the province.
Okay. So I noticed that the City of Toronto was changed from 44 to 47 seats, but other municipalities, they're actually were put on pause, and they're actually a review will be including consultations with these municipal partners. Any reason why we weren't treated the same way? Any reason why, if there's an issue, that there's a pause and there's a municipal consultation and, to include a conversation with the stakeholders and the municipal partners? Do you know why Toronto was treated differently?
I have no idea. That would be a question for the province.
Councillor Perks.
Thank you. To the city solicitor, when she's free. Perhaps you can just wait. I appreciate she's got a lot to deal with.
Okay,
so
just a sec.
I'll wait, yeah. Okay. To the city solicitor. I believe it was the very first set of questions to Councillor Mihevc, you said there were two broad areas where there could be legal remedies potentially available. One has to do with the mechanisms and how all the legislation fits and whether the election is possible. But what was the other one?
The other one, and Madam Speaker, I'm speaking very generally because we have not seen the legislation, but that would be, we would have to consider effective representation. Effective
Representation, and there are other principles that have to be present in election according to Supreme Court decisions and law.
That is true. However, those principles have been applied within a particular legislative context, and our legislative context is about to change.
I see.
So it's difficult to comment.
Okay, I appreciate that it's difficult to comment. My next question is, there may be some limits to what this council can do, but could a citizen, depending on what the legislation looks like, if it doesn't meet some test like effective representation or some other principle that the federal government or the Supreme Court has said that Canadians have in terms of how elections are conducted and how they are represented, is it potentially possible that a citizen or a group of citizens could challenge the ultimate election that we have if they can make a case that it didn't result in effective representation or fair voting process or something like that?
Certainly someone could try. They would have to be able to convince the court that they met the rules for standing. Okay,
so there is some potential there. I heard the mayor's questions about the injunction, and I absolutely agree. You can't injunct something that doesn't yet exist. If the province does pass legislation and we look at it, you look at it, and we see that there's some significant or substantial problem that means we wouldn't be having a fair election, this council could either direct you now in advance to look at it and potentially issue an injunction, or we could reconvene and look at your advice then and direct you to do that at that time. Is that correct?
Madam Speaker, we would not be recommending an injunction. However, we might recommend some sort of other application to court for a declaration, but it would not be for an injunction.
I appreciate that that's not what you recommend. Would we be within our rights as a council?
It's not an option. An injunction would not be an option, but an application for a declaration might be in the
application for a declaration. And those are, as I understand, those are heard fairly speedily in a circumstance like this, with an impending deadline.
That a request could be made for that.
Okay.
That the timing would be out of our hands.
In fact, when Councillor DiCiano and Mammoliti attempted to subvert the council decision by going to the OMB and then to Superior Court, in both of those instances we asked for speedy process because even 10 months out from an election, we felt we needed to move quickly, and in both cases we were granted that. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Point of order, Councillor DiCiano.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker. I believe as a Canadian I have a fundamental right to appeal any decision made by any government, and I was simply exercising my rights. I certainly hope that Councillor Perks, in his being upset at the situation, doesn't want to subvert Canadians' rights.
Speaker, the councillor is absolutely correct. I would never say he doesn't have the right to subvert a decision of this council or the OMB.
Okay, Councillor Perks, did you want to continue asking questions, or are you done?
No.
Okay, I'll put your time back on.
Thank you very much. So, Madam Clerk, you said that earlier in response to another question that never in your experience across 3 provinces have you heard of an election being changed partway through and without consultation with the local government. Am I remembering that correctly?
Yes, that's my experience.
Can I ask the city solicitor, are you familiar with any legislation that has ever changed an election process midstream in the history of Canada? Midstream.
Well, I personally am not familiar with that, no.
Thank you very much. No, those are my questions.
Thank you. Yes. Okay, speakers. Mayor Tory.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have 2 motions, and they can be circulated, and we'll put them up. One concerns a referendum, which I'll speak to, and I ask questions about them, and the other concerns something that's come up from a number of members of council concerning giving the clerk the latitude and the authority and the exemption, frankly, such that she could do what she needed to do in the event she's caused to have to make arrangements that go outside of some of the established policies or rules to have the election. Madam Speaker, I asked to put this item on the order paper for, I guess, obvious reasons, but I in particular felt very strongly, and I had a chance to articulate this morning, that the process being followed here was completely inadequate, was quite frankly indefensible, and was in need of us taking some action to try and address that. And of course, my principal reason for saying so, because I said a number of times this morning, as I did to Premier Ford last night, that I'm willing, as a mayor and one member of council and as a citizen, I'm willing to engage in a discussion along with hopefully thousands and thousands of other students on a number of governance reforms for the City of Toronto. I mentioned in particular this morning term limits, as much as I mentioned the size of council, as much as I mentioned whatever the powers the mayor may have. But the notion that we should have something like this, where it was kind of sprung upon us in the middle of the night, as it were, was just not adequate and did not stand the test in terms of the consultation with the people of the City of Toronto. And that's one of the main points I want to make, is that this must not be about us, and it must not be seen to be about us, because it actually isn't about us, meaning us as in individual people who are here today or politicians generally. It isn't about that. It is about something much more fundamental than that. It is about how this place works, how the city works, the democratic institution that is closest to the people and that is the very essence of what the city government is all about. And I think we need to have a broader public discussion about some of the issues that float around out there, some of which Premier Ford mentioned this morning, which I don't think anybody in here would disagree with, that there are ways we can surely find, if we go out there and ask the public, to make this place work better in their interest, because that's who we're here to serve. And so, and I don't think...
Please.
I don't think that you ever go wrong listening to the people, and there are different ways you can listen to the people, and unfortunately none of those have been followed as yet in this instance. And so, to me, the one, and I would sort of actually be willing to listen to a number of different ways of listening to the people, but I certainly felt the crispest, thing that we could do in order to get the public's opinion on this after hopefully informed, but certainly a thorough and lively discussion, would be to have a referendum. Now, people have said there are different terms that are used depending on which act you're looking at. I don't care, but I think people know what I mean by that, which is you actually go out and allow the public to take a vote on this matter and express their opinions. And so what I have done is I've moved this motion on the referendum in particular that does, pursuant to the questions I asked of the city solicitor, allows us to ask the province to conduct a binding referendum on the questions at hand here, the number and the boundaries of wards, before proceeding with the proposed legislation, which the solicitor indicated the Government of Ontario could do. Or, secondly, as an alternative paragraph, if they said no to that, that they would agree, within the context of the legislation they're going to introduce on Monday, that they would agree to amend that legislation or include in that legislation something that would be permissive within the context of allowing us to put something on a ballot later than the date presently provided for under the law. I won't really address, Madam Speaker, the second motion. I don't think I need to, because I think you've heard of some of the obstacles faced by the clerk in trying to get the election ready should she be required to do so. And I guess she has to proceed on the basis, based on the sort of phone calls and announcements, that she may well, and there's no time to waste, and so this really would give her the authority from us to do what she had to do, in effect, to get that done. Madam Speaker, I just believe that this is the right way to go. I think you've heard repeated acknowledgements from the solicitor this afternoon that the province has the power to do a lot of things. I said that myself this morning. And I think that, I think that, yes, we should get the legal advice with respect to the different statutes and what we might do. And I asked questions really designed because a member had come to me and said we should be seeking an injunction now. And that's why I asked, can you enjoin the government from introducing a piece of legislation? The answer was no. But I think we should be ready so that if the legislation has particular provisions, or if this other consultation legislation provides for an opportunity to look at going to the courts, we've at least got the advice and we're ready to move. But I think in the meantime, I certainly believe that the best thing we could do, that would give the maximum ability for the public to say their piece and to have their say, would be to get the province, or to be given the power ourselves, to conduct a referendum on this very question, and then we will see what the public has to say about it. And so that is why I put this item on the agenda. That is why I'm moving the motion with respect to the referendum. I'm sure there will be lots of other motions, and I'm looking forward to what I hope will be a constructive debate this afternoon, because I don't think there's any point in not being constructive about this. It's a serious matter affecting the democracy of the city, and I think we all care deeply about it in different ways, and we should conduct ourselves accordingly. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. We do have a question. Councillor Mammoliti.
Mr. Mayor, the question I would have is if a referendum were called, what does that do to the legislation itself? In other words, what's the point of the referendum at this point if a piece of legislation is going to be introduced, and we're going to end up cutting, or they're going to end up cutting council in half anyway?
Well, I would hope that they would take the referendum seriously enough if they permit it under their own auspices, which are the first two of the options that are listed there, as opposed to any other option we might have to solicit public opinion, and we have some, as the city solicitor confirmed. I would hope they would agree to put off the notion, and there are a variety of different ways in which they could do that. They could put it off to another election. They could put it off and just say they would await the results of the referendum and then see where they go with the legislation. They could put the date of the election in the legislation off by a period of time. I mean, there's a whole bunch of things they could do to show their good faith within the context of a referendum that would allow the public to have their say. And I must say, I don't know how anybody could oppose a referendum. How can you oppose asking the public on a fundamental matter like this? How can you oppose asking the public and getting their advice? It doesn't mean, I mean, I asked them to have a binding referendum, but even if they had a non-binding one, I think it would be difficult for them to explain having such a referendum and then failing to accede to the wishes of the public.
So how do we ask them not to oppose a referendum when I posed the question through a notice of motion for a referendum not even a year ago, and this council didn't want to have a referendum on the matter? You recall that?
Well, I recall, and I don't even remember how I voted on it, Madam Speaker, but I will say to you this, that I think at the time we were discussing a very a complete process that was described in detail this afternoon when Councillor Mihevc was asking questions about the ward boundary reviews. That process was 3 years in, and there was consideration being given to how we could make sure that we had proper representation, including, as I heard this afternoon, options that went from, I think, 25 to some other number to 44 to 47. And so to me, to then sort of say, well, let's have a referendum on 25 was something that was sort of the things we do around here. We duplicate stuff.
So the question with respect to the referendum that I'd moved here, and that most councillors voted against, now those same councillors will probably vote for, because now it's real, I guess. They're seeing that this is now real. My other question is, won't we need 2/3 for that now? Because a year hasn't passed since we took a vote on a referendum. because I moved that, not even a year ago. And so I guess, I don't know if the clerks talked to you about that or not, but did you realize that we might need 2/3 to actually
I
allow it?
hadn't actually focused on that question, Madam Speaker, and so I obviously am not the one to render that advice, but I didn't focus on that question.
To ask
Maybe the clerk can let us know because, you know, before this vote, as to whether or not a year has passed.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Palacio.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Through you to Mayor Tory. When these options about the numbers, either 25, 47, or 44, words were considered by council, one of the questions that I had, it wasn't to you, but it was to staff as well, it was a referendum. Is to consult with the community because the silent majority out there, they felt, you know, at least that was the message that I was getting, that they were not being part of it. So at that point, we had a resounding no to the referendum. So at this point, I'm just trying to reconcile those differences between then and now. What's
Well,
yours?
I'll say, Madam Speaker, and I excuse my back so I can address the microphone and the rest of the chamber. At the time those questions were asked, there was a detailed, lengthy presentation, I guess, provided pursuant to law, to statute, that was underway, and we were having the very debate you talked about because we were at a very extended stage of that process that was actually considering studies that had been done and public consultation that had been undertaken with respect to the options for the number of wards we would have. And I think we heard our expert witness saying earlier this afternoon that that ranged all the way, I think, from 25 to 47. And so, to me, I believe I did vote against that proposal to have a referendum at that time because, and it's really similar to the question asked by Councillor Mammoliti, Madam Speaker, because there was an existing process underway, and to go off and have a referendum in the middle of that process on a particular question, when you had this quite extensive study with a variety of options included in it that was being very carefully undertaken pursuant to law, I felt was the kind of thing we do around here, which is we're embarked on one course, in this case a course provided for by law, and we were in the middle of that process. I think we were sending it back for further consideration, and then we sort of lurch off and do something completely different. I think it's a radically different circumstance than this instance, where we have a proposal brought forward by the Government of Ontario without any consultation whatsoever, not a second of consultation, and that we now are going to say, well, look, the best and the fastest way, given there's some urgency to it because of the time frame that's indicated, is to have a referendum, you know, perhaps even coincident with the election that we're talking about. So that's when you ask how can I reconcile, that's how I distinguish the two instances, one in the past and one today.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. In terms of the governance, there has been a lot of discussions and talk about for the mayor to have additional powers and to have the powers that are required for the mayor to exercise and to bring your agenda to fruition. How do you feel about maybe, is this the time maybe to start talking to the province or for them to consider that very aspect that's extremely important, to have the extra powers to the mayor?
If what you're asking, Madam Speaker, through you to the councillor is it time to discuss the powers of the mayor within the context of the City of Toronto Act, I indicated earlier this week upon the Premier having raised the subject. He raised it speaking somewhere or other after he became Premier, and I responded to that and made some comments on that which are on the record and people can have a look at those. It's interesting to note that in the context of those discussions that went on, he making some comments and me saying, well, if he's offering that, I'd like to take him up on that. I think the government indicated today when they made their announcement that they were going to put that off for consultation. So I find it kind of odd, and I don't care. I merely answered a question when he said, let's talk about the mayor's powers. I said, let's talk about that because I believe there could be some alterations made there. I'd be quite happy, frankly, if there was a broad consultation process on the entire series of governance issues, because they probably should be taken together. What does the mayor do? How many councillors? What do the councillors do? What are the term limits, if any, and all that sort of thing. But the bottom line is, in this case, we have an announcement made this morning that makes no reference, I think other than to say it'll be studied later, to the powers of the mayor, but does deal with the council, and the one is to be consulted upon and the other one is not. And I believe that that's the error here, is that if you're going to put forward a proposal to reduce the size of council, fair enough. I've said I would be happy to take part in a discussion about that, as everybody would, I'm sure, on one side or the other or any other side. But in this case, there's no option to consult. There was no consultation, and I'm saying that a referendum and perhaps other kinds of consultation would be called for, and I would accept as being a very positive step in light of where we started off last night and this morning.
So once the legislation is in place, and then we may have an opportunity to have a different discussion, perhaps a more intellectual discussion in terms of what's before us.
Yeah, I mean, I'm assuming, Madam Speaker, through you, that there's going to be other discussions because they've said so, say in regard to the mayor's powers, and I would welcome other governance matters. This is one of the things about doing this sort of thing, is that there's probably 6 governance matters that people could achieve fairly broad agreement on in this chamber that should be looked at, and yet there's been this one chosen, and it's been chosen without consultation and without notice, and we're going down that road now, it would appear. And so to me, the notion of a broader discussion of governance would be most welcome, but in the meantime, I think it would be very healthy for us to have a referendum on the one very important thing that has been put forward before it happens, and get the views of the public.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Palacio. Councillor Minnan-Wong, I think you just told me you had a point of order. Sorry, and I will find your name on our list, and go ahead. Once we have our point of order, we will get to you in just a minute.
I think we might get there by this.
Councillor Minnan-Wong, you have the
floor. Yes, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I'm mindful that we have to be out of here, but we have to finish the meeting by 7:30, as I recall. And I'm looking at the number of speakers. It is not my intention, and nor do I want to limit debate. But if the speakers list continues to grow and people are asking questions, we're not going to finish this item, and I think we all would like to do that. From that, understanding, I would like to move that we limit questioning and speakers to 3 minutes.
I'm going to,
all right.
Councillor Minnan-Wong, just give me 1 second.
I can't do that? Well, I'm just...
Thank you, thank you, Councillor Minnan-Wong. The clerk has informed me that as we have started the speakers and they've been allocated a certain amount of time, we cannot now change the amount of time.
All right, then.
And according to
I'm just trying to help the council reach a resolution before we have to adjourn.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Minnan-Wong. Councillor Perks, did you have a point of order?
No, I was going to say that.
Okay, seeing no other points of order, I have Councillor Shiner to ask questions of the mayor. Go ahead, you have 5 minutes.
So I get to follow both the advice of the deputy mayor and the deputy speaker, the deputy speaker. I appreciate that. Mayor Tory, I'm just trying to understand better the 2 motions you have here. The first one is asking for a binding referendum on the number and boundaries of the wards. But did I not hear you say that the Premier had said he wouldn't do that?
I can't recall when I raised it last night. I don't think he sort of expressly rejected it and said never ever, but the bottom line is it was in a 30-minute, very animated conversation, and I think it behooves us to make a formal request in light of the fact now this has become a real announcement. So I believe we should ask about that, and we should ask about the second option as well.
But then hearing what the clerk has said about the real difficulties that she has to get ready to even hold the election with 25 wards and do all the work that's necessary, how could we go forward with that? Because it'll only make the timetable of the clerk so much shorter in that regards, because she won't be starting her work if the province says, yes, I'll go with a binding referendum. Then we're left without knowing what we're doing. 25, 47. We don't have any advice then, and I don't know how the clerk can actually start.
Well, of course, Madam Speaker, the first of those options actually calls on them to conduct the referendum, which I know it wouldn't involve the clerk having nothing to do, but it would not involve the clerk having to run that referendum. I tell you this through you, Mr. Speaker. So I would say that that's why this is the first option, to get them to conduct a binding referendum on their proposal, which they perhaps should have done before they introduced it. But having said all, or announced when they introduced it, but so it's asking them to do it, and I would think that would absolve the clerk of a lot of the work. The second option would actually involve, just let me, please, I'm just about finished.
But I'm just
It
talking
would,
the
it would
first.
allow us to conduct the referendum, but it would simply be a matter of us putting a question on the ballot. So it's the same ballots that are being produced, the same voting machines, the same long list of questions the clerk had to contend with would be there. But it just adds a question to the ballot.
I do have questions on the second, but on the first one, the clerk has said it's next to impossible, but I might be able to get ready in this short period of time if I really go. But wouldn't any delay, because you're looking for a referendum, just put her in a position where it would be impossible? I thought that's what I heard because of a shortage of time. It would be impossible to get ready if she didn't know what was happening.
And I think you heard me say in answer, through you, Mr. Speaker, to the member earlier on in answer to a previous question, that if we were going to have the referendum, I would see no point in the province deciding they were going to proceed to have an October 22nd election with 25 wards. Why would you be bothering to have the referendum and to permit it if you weren't willing then to say, well, I'll postpone the consideration of this legislation or the implementation of this legislation so that we can see what the public have to say? And that is very much my view. I've said, and I repeat, I'm willing to be engaged in a discussion on that, as I think many people would be, and other governance matters, but I think we should first measure the opinion of the public on it. And so, to me, it would, yes, you're right, but it would involve them saying, we'll stand down this pending the referendum.
I'd really like to get my questions, and I understand that when you're repeating it. So it is the intention of the first part that if that was permitted, then the 25 ward change would not be taking effect this election.
I'd have to say, through you, Mr. Speaker, that's entirely up to them. I'm asking them to conduct that referendum because they would then be in a position to run it and absorb the administrative responsibility of so doing. I think it would probably be a sensible conclusion to reach that if they agreed to that, they would also agree not to implement the election because, as you point out, the clerk wouldn't know which, if the referendum was binding, she wouldn't know which election she was planning for, so that the election date would have to be altered. But it's been discussed in here by a number of people this afternoon in questions and answers that it's possible to move that date.
So then the second part talks about putting the referendum onto the ballot. So if you're putting the referendum on a ballot for 25 members of council, and the referendum comes out with any result that is contrary to that, where are we? Let's say the referendum says no, but 25 people have been elected in the new ward boundaries. So now, how do you, you've been at the legislature. How do you put legislation forward that lets you go forward with 25 but tells you you can't have it? You can't have it if the referendum says no, you elected 25, but you can't have the 25. So I'm trying to understand how you could even put it on our ballot, because it's a ballot for, do we have like 3 choices?
No, Matt.
25, 47, referendum, no referendum. Doesn't it really get confusing?
Thank you.
Speaker,
That was your
I
last
think the answer
question.
is the same as previously given through you to the member, which is that I think there'd have to be some contemplation on the part of the government, even if they allowed us to do the referendum on our ballot, to postpone the implementation of the 25, because I also think that, as I said earlier on, it doesn't make much sense to go out and have a referendum on something you're going to implement and then expect it to be unwound and have another piece of legislation to unwind it. So I think that that it would require the government, in considering whether they gave us the ability to put that on the ballot, to also consider, obviously, the notion of postponing the implementation of this until either some later date or until the next election. And to me, I would have always thought that if ever this was going to come forward from any government, it would have been for the next election, given that, as has been said many times in here this afternoon, that no one's ever heard of the notion of actually making a change like this in the middle of an election campaign, including me.
That was your last question. Councillor Holyday, you're next up to speak, but I'm just going to, if you give me 1 second to confer with the clerk.
Glenn, my mic is still on.
Members of council, I guess I, as a speaker, will raise a point of order. We are coming close to the dinner break, so we would need a motion by Councillor Ford, just raise his hand, and so did Councillor Mihevc, to extend through the dinner break. Well, a motion's been moved. Okay. All those, there's a motion on the floor to extend to the dinner break, moved by Councillor Ford. Sorry, hold on 1 second, I'll find your name. Councillor DiCiano, you've got the floor.
Thank you.
On a point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Speaker, my understanding is that every time we've tried to extend through dinner, I have certainly been told that clerks needs a break. So how is it that tonight the clerks have become superhuman and they don't need a break?
Well, Councillor Ford has moved the motion, but I think given these extraordinary circumstances, I'm ruling that that motion is indeed in order. I don't see anything wrong with it. It's up to the will of council whether we would adopt that motion or not.
Okay.
Sorry, I'll recognize, Councillor Perks on a point of order. Go ahead,
Yes.
you have the floor.
So before I vote on this, I need to understand something, and the procedural bylaw allows for the clerk to give us advice so that we can understand what we're voting on. My understanding is, because of the sundown clause, we have to finish by 7:30.
That's correct.
Second, looking at the list of names and multiplying by a number of minutes, even if we went through the dinner break, we would not be complete. What I want to know from the clerks is, if the item is not complete, we continue Monday?
Mr. Deputy Speaker, the rule is that council will reconvene on the next business day, that's correct, unless a motion is made to fix a different time to reconvene.
And finally, we can't, we cannot alter the rule about finishing at 7:30. So there is no way we can complete tonight with the number of speakers we have.
The recess rule at 7:30 has the status of a policy. It's not a procedural rule, so it's in the hands of council, I'm afraid, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Okay, thank you.
See, Councillor Shiner, are you rising on a point of order? Let me find your microphone, sorry. Go ahead, Councillor Shiner.
Yes, Councillor DeBeermaker. So does this take a 2/3 vote?
Yes, it does.
Thank you.
Councillor Holyday, do you have a point of order? We are on a motion by Councillor Ford to extend through the dinner break. Recorded vote. Yes, Councillor Davis. This requires a 2/3 majority to extend through the dinner break.
Glenn, over here, you still have my mic on.
Sorry about that. I'm new at this.
Councillor Mihevc.
The motion to vary the order paper does not carry. The vote is 20 to 15. The required 2/3 majority has not been achieved.
Councillors, before you leave, I've asked the clerk if we could introduce the bills before we break for our dinner break. I'm not sure who has that motion. I'm looking around. I think Councillor Min Wong, I'll put your mic on. As a motion?
Yeah. I have a motion that committee and council considered submissions in making a decision on zoning, bylaw, and official plan amendments.
Okay, excellent motion. All in favor? Great. And then Councillor Ajameri, you have a motion?
Thank you. That leave be granted to introduce a bill to confirm to the point of the introduction of this motion the proceedings of City Council meeting 44 on July 23rd, 24th, 25th, 26th, 27th, 2018.
Sorry, I meant to give you that.
Never mind. That leave be granted to introduce bills 1059, 1150, 1172 to 1228, 1230 to 1314, and 1317 to 1341.
Great, thank you, Councillor Ajmeri. On a recorded vote, all those in favor?
Look at
It's a
calculator.
recorded vote. Please press your buttons. Please press your buttons, and we have one more vote after that, so don't leave quite yet. And then we will be officially recessed for a dinner break, and we will be back at 6:30.
The motion to introduce the bills carries unanimously, 35 in favor.
Councillors, we have one more motion before we break. Shall these bills be passed and declared as bylaws? Recorded vote. That's our last vote before dinner break. It's a recorded vote.
Councillor DiGiorgio, please. Councillor Wong Tam, please. Deputy Speaker, please.
Councillor Mihevc.
The motion to adopt the general or enact the general bills carries unanimously, 36 in favor.
Thank you, councillors. We are now recessed to 6:30.
Members of council, we have quorum. Councillor Cressley to speak.
Thank you, Speaker. I will begin by placing two motions. The first is for the City of Toronto to oppose the provincial government's proposed legislation regarding 25 councillors. And the second is to direct our city solicitor, to put it in my words, to do anything and everything possible, everything and anything possible to stop this. Never in my young life have I seen such an arbitrary and insulting action taking it against the people of this city by the province of Ontario. Never. It is unconscionable. It is wrong. It is an affront to local democracy. There's no other way of saying it. And Premier Ford, Doug Ford would have you believe that this is about politicians. This is about people. And the people of Toronto, the people who live here, those are the people who will suffer. It will take people of this city longer to get their streets, to make their streets safer. It will be harder and take them longer to do that. People in this city who live in Toronto community housing and are dealing with housing units that are in disrepair, it will take them longer to work with their councillor to get them repaired. It will take residents of this city longer, and it will be harder for them to have a say on developments in their community. 3 million, nearly 3 million people in this city will be impacted negatively by this. And so Ford would have you believe that this is about people. Well, over a 2-year process, over 2 years, the people of this city were consulted, and there was a court action about it in support of our ward boundaries. We have people who are already out there and have been for months running for office. Many of them are here today. People of this city who receive services, who won't be able to receive service, will suffer. So what is this? Why is it only Toronto that this legislation is targeting? Why not Sudbury? Why not Kingston? Why not Ottawa? Why not Waterloo? Because Doug Ford doesn't like the City of Toronto. He couldn't win when he ran here, and so now he's trying to stuff it down our throats. That's what this is. That's all this is.
Okay, hold on. Please, if I can ask the audience, there's no applauding in the council chambers, please.
The City of Waterloo has 104,000 residents and 7 city councillors. Why didn't he cut them in half? Under this new legislation, each one of us will have 110,000 residents. This has nothing to do with politicians and government and everything to do with Doug Ford's shameful dislike for our city. This is an attack. I don't often speak like this, but this is an attack on our institution. It is an attack on our proud city. It is an attack on 3 million residents that we, every single one of us, serve. This is all this is. And so, I stand up and I move these motions, and I call on you, every single member of this chamber, every council member, and I call on the residents who are standing here in the audience, those who are still out demonstrating in the square, those who are watching online. I call on every single one of you as residents to stand up for this city. Stand up against this egregious action. Stand up for the Toronto that we love. We absolutely cannot let this stand. And I have to tell you, whether we ultimately win, we have a duty, we have a fundamental duty, not as representatives, but of Torontonians. We have a duty to defend our local government. We have a duty to defend the principle of democracy, and we have a fundamental duty to defend our residents. They deserve nothing less. So each and every one of you, don't for a minute think that this is done, and don't for a minute think that this so-called king in Queen's Park can have his say. We will stand up, we will fight, and if we don't win the legal challenge, if we don't win in the course of the next couple months, you better believe we will win in 4 years when he's kicked the hell out of office. Thank you very much.
Please, no applause. Councillor Mihevc to speak.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I do have a motion that basically allows us, staff to put it up, that allows us to continue to be city councilors in this chaotic period that is before us. First thing I'd like to do, Madam Speaker, I think many of them are outside as part of the rally, but the ones who are here, I'd like to say a big welcome to the candidates who have already put their names on the list for the election. Some of you have knocked on doors for a month, some for 2 months. I know some folks have knocked on doors for a year. This is not fair to them. This is not fair to them who put their name in a democratic process with defined rules, and now the game is being changed on them. To our city staff, who've worked on a good process, and I really take to heart when both the clerk and our city solicitor commented that they have not seen anything like this in any jurisdiction in Canada ever. So this is a first. It's not fair to them because they put together a very good process for this election. They did it delicately. It went through the courts. It is not fair to our staff to impose on them the kind of rapid-fire work that may be before them. This is not fair, first and foremost, to our residents, who are used to that encounter between councillor, elected official, and them as neighbors, as people in communities, as people working on making Toronto better. If this goes through, what it will mean is that our staffs will get bigger. Right now I have 3 to 4 staff. You can bet your life that later on, whoever's here is going to make sure that they have 5, 6 staff. They're going to be the ones going out to fix the issues that we currently try our best to tend as much as possible. The cockroaches in the apartment, the elderly person who needs support in their home and is not getting it, the Airbnb that just keeps on going and doesn't stop, the housing issues that come to us regularly. We know the fine-grained detail of our communities, and now that work is going to be farmed out to unelected people. It is not fair to them. To those who love democracy, who believe in the back and forth of democracy, this is about authoritarian government. Even the very structure, I love the structure. This room is such a beautiful room because it feels like that Greek amphitheater where I talk to you, you talk to me, the people are right there, where we say really, the very structure of this room says, you know, I have a truth, you have a truth, let us reason together and build a common truth. That's what democracy is. People have died for that system to say, let us reason together and form a higher truth. And now we have done that. We've formed the rules. We said, let's have an election. Let's choose the best possible people. And now we have an authoritarian leader saying to us, those rules don't matter. In the middle of a Monopoly game, when you're at the cottage, you can't have the person who holds the rules change the rules to benefit themselves. That's not fair. It breaks a fundamental, he might, we're going to challenge him, have the legal authority to do it. He absolutely doesn't have the moral and ethical authority to do it, and we should call him on it. So this is not about us as individual councillors. This is bigger than all of us. This is about our city, this thing that we call the public good, this thing that we call the common good. I believe that there is such a thing as the common good, that it is knowable and that it is doable. This is about fighting back the chaos that has been forced upon us. Good government makes order of chaos. Ford has brought chaos to the order that we have so delicately built. It is time to raise our voices and fight, write a letter, call a meeting, attend a rally, find those little places where we can fight back the chaos that he has presented. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Fletcher to speak. Councillor Fletcher. Councillor Wong Tam to speak. Councillor Wong Tam to speak.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and through you. I will be supporting Councillor Cressy's motions, and I think that we all should, and we should actually support his motions with a unanimous vote to reflect our absolute dissatisfaction and discontent for the way that we have been treated in the City of Toronto. Let's talk about the ward boundary reviews. There was broad consultation. It was a 5-year process. Third-party consultants were hired to make sure that we can get independent advice. That advice was given to City Council. The City Council said, take another look, sent it back, and it came back again. Then we adopted. Somebody appealed it to the Ontario Municipal Board. They ruled and said it should stand. Then we had other individuals take it to the Ontario Superior Court, and one of them was not Doug Ford. If there was an opportunity for Mr. Ford to oppose, he could have done it within that prescribed timeline. He chose not to. Time's Up was December 1st, 2017. Set into motion was a ball of action to set out the election process as we now know it. We have to respond with strength. There is a bully in our yard that is trying to dismantle our local democracy, and we have seen this before. Back in the 1990s, when the Harris government decided to take the legacy cities and amalgamate them, to the great opposition of the residents of Toronto, 76% voted and said, we don't want the megacity. Guess what? We got it anyways. What good is a referendum? That is a meek response. I am not going to accept a referendum. The referendum will be this election. I cannot tell you how much I love this city, and we all do. I know we do. Every single street and neighborhood is part of what we call the greatest city in the world. And I cannot imagine someone coming in and just turning it upside down. But let's take a look at what happened again in 1996 when the amalgamated city was thrusted upon us, when our local democracy was ripped apart by the thugs in Queen's Park. They set about an agenda of austerity and downloaded all these extraordinary services and said, here you go, you take care of it, city. City of Toronto, it's all yours. And then we're going to choke you off from resources, and we're not going to treat you fairly. And what have we been struggling with in this council ever since? We have been struggling with the amalgamated city and those austerity measures. No way is this going to happen again. That is the referendum I'm interested in October. Geographical targeting of Toronto. No other city is being treated like this. None. How is it that only the City of Toronto has caught this man's interest? How is it that only our fair city, the economic engine of this country, the most diverse city in Canada, has caught the loathing of this individual? There is no way we cannot rise up and fight and resist this type of draconian measure. The City of Toronto has a relationship with the province of Ontario, and it's bound through legislation. One of those pieces of legislation is the City of Toronto Act. The relationship that we have with the province must be based on mutual respect, consultation, and cooperation. Consultation that never happened when one day Mr. Ford woke up and said, I think I'll just rip Toronto City Council apart, knowing that we are the last line of defense for the residents, for austerity measures and downloading. That is what is at stake. If you think that amalgamation worked for us the first time round, yeah, you'd be happy with 25. If you don't, then you must vote against this measure. You must. The referendum, I'm going to come back to this again because I think it's so critically important. A city of strength can only lead from the front. We cannot lead from behind and ask for permission about whether or not you could actually change the date to therefore allow us to have a referendum. What kind of strength is that? And I know Mr. Ford, and you know Mr. Ford, he only responds to strength because that's what bullies do. Finally, Madam Speaker, any claims that there will be substantial savings is untrue. All of City Council this council, this chamber, costs $23 million a year. You cut that in half, 22 councillors. At best, you save $10 million over 4 years. His claims that there's a $25 million savings, and then in small little fine print that the rest of it doesn't count, is untrue. This is based on lies, Madam Speaker. We must resist this. Thank you.
Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you, Speaker. I do have a motion here that the City Legal has helped me with, and it is to just ask the City Solicitor to consider the validity and constitutionality of any provincial legislation, including its potential violation of rights of the citizens of Toronto to fair and effective representation, and we certainly have heard about that earlier, and to report back to City Council at a special meeting to be called by the Mayor before Labor Day with options for City Council's consideration. And I think we should really look at what is available to us, and if somehow this is really overstepping. Whether or not you believe in 25 seats or not, it is the method and the process in which this is being done. Many of you might think we need a smaller government, but in the dead of night, to say, I'm changing everything in the middle of an election, that is simply wrong. That is not how we do things here in the City of Toronto. It's not how we do things here in the province of Ontario or ever have before. And it's not how we do things here in Canada. It is unconscionable that an act of this type would be suggested in a manner of this type, and we have heard from our professional staff, and I'm sure like you, I have a lot of respect for our professional staff, that this is basically unmanageable. So without thinking about it at all, with great bravado, the Premier has, in the middle of summer, in the middle of an election period which started in May, said, I am changing all the rules. That is not something that we do here. We don't even do that. We say we can't do that when we're going to the OMB. We can't change that in the middle. That is what is set out. We have to be very careful how we proceed. Why would we not want the Premier to be very careful how he proceeds, irrespective of whether you believe in 25 seats or not? And then to layer on that somehow it's because we're ineffective, all of these different things. Councillor Wong Tam talked about the housing that's downloaded, the pressures on the city that came with the downloading of all that housing, the difficulties we have with poverty, guns, and gangs, because we don't have the resources to deal with that. That's provincial money. We didn't build transit. We are waiting for $8.9 billion from the province to build the relief line. We didn't build transit. We are waiting for the province to finish the electrification of the GO lines in order to have Smart Track. We are ready. We are ready for these investments, every single one of them. We simply need the resources, and guess where those resources come from? The province of Ontario. So I'm saddened, colleagues, by those of you who attacked our city and attacked what we have done earlier today. That saddened me a great deal, and I'm embarrassed by that because I think we've done very well without the money that we needed and we have asked over and over and over and over again from the province. We penny pinch here while we look after citizens. So I am very, very concerned that we are going down a very wrong path, and I want to see what the legal ramifications are and whether or not we should try to stop that and do it properly with the proper debate. I am not going to support the province of Ontario running a referendum. Why would I support Doug Ford, who said, I am going to go out, I'm going to change this overnight, to have a platform to go out and campaign that somehow we've done something wrong and we aren't an effective level of government? during an election campaign when our hands are tied. I want to say we're a big city. I want to say we're a mature level of government. I want to say we had the City of Toronto Act that said, you're the largest city. You behave in a certain way. This is not Queen's Park. We actually behave very well here with one another. We have a lot of respect for one another. And I'm very concerned that the road that we're going down is going to harm our city to a degree that we will not recover. And I would ask that we do whatever possible to not have this take place and to curb the extreme power grab that's underway at Queen's Park up the street.
Thank you. No applause, please, please. Thank you. We do have a question for you.
Happy to answer that.
By Councillor DiCiano, 3
Yes.
minutes, clarification of the motion.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm not sure if my question of clarification would be to Councillor Fletcher, but
I can't hear you very well.
I'm sorry, Councillor Fletcher. I'm not sure if the clarification is for you or it's just wondering, are we not prohibited from having another meeting during the election?
Thank you for that
cycle?
question. And Councillor Fragadakis had asked earlier to the clerk if we are able to have a meeting. We're able to have emergency meetings at any time.
Even throughout
Yes,
the election?
yes. And as a matter of fact, as you know, the election period is now changed because nomination day is now being moved to September, and it is not today for City Council. So yes, we are able to do that. Totally. We checked earlier. Maybe you were not in the chamber when that answer was
Okay,
given,
and
Councillor.
what violation of rights are you concerned might be being stripped from residents of Toronto, given that the act by the province is going to bring 1 million more people into voter parity? Is that not a right that you feel is important?
Well, I think the question on voter parity was answered earlier, that it's immediate, but then it fades away. Whereas the model that we're looking for, and that was approved, as you know, because you were there, by the OMB, and then again by divisional court, was to have a model that will bring us to parity over a period, two sessions, and that periodically we have to change our structure and the number of wards. And I know that you wanted 25 wards. I respect that, but I don't respect the way that this is being undertaken, and that's a problem. So we should, as a council, be able to take whatever steps we need to have that fulsome discussion, to review the legislation, to be able to take any court action that we might deem possible and necessary, Councillor.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Mammoliti, clarification of the motion.
I'm more inclined to know why you want another meeting. I mean, it's clear to us after asking questions that we don't have much of a case. So why do we want to prove that we do when we don't? And isn't having another meeting just buying into the argument for the premiers to say that we should cut City of Toronto's council in half, because all they really seem to be doing is wanting to talk and spend money?
Well,
Please,
Councillor,
can I have some order, please? Please.
I wish we did have money, Councillor. I wish we had $8.9 billion provincial dollars to build the relief line. I wish we had all of the electrification on the GO Transit in order to build our smart track. We're ready to build it. I wish we had money to fix Toronto community housing. Having another meeting, is not really going to cost that much, but I will take umbrage with what you
Fletcher,
said.
please answer.
Yes, I am. You said we don't have, it's evident we don't have much of a case. When I'm speaking with legal, they say we don't know what case we have because we haven't seen the amendment yet to the City of Toronto Act, and we haven't seen the amended, can I finish? Thank you.
But how long are you going to take? Because I've got only 5 minutes.
The amended Municipal Elections Act. So there's 2 acts are being amended, and our staff and perhaps outside counsel will look to say, does it meet the test?
All right.
Does it meet the test?
So there are other motions here that actually allow staff to make certain decisions if in fact that's the case. So why do we have to have another meeting when all we simply have to do is give them the resources to be able to make those decisions and the mandate to make those decisions? Why are we wanting to come back in September? Are we looking to make a heyday out of this?
No, thank you.
Or
I really appreciate.
are we just proving the Premier right?
No, I appreciate that point. Since we don't have a legal opinion here because the legislation hasn't been written, I would think that we would want to know, are there any legal grounds to say this is not being done in a way that's beneficial or fair, with fair representation with the citizens of Toronto? And we all, as you know, you've been around how many years? 20 years, 20 years, and some of your colleagues 30, 33 years. You've been here for a while. Thank you. That the way we do things is that we have to ask for legal staff to give us an opinion, and then we have to hear it and then decide if we're going to do anything, Councillor. So that's all this is about.
So I heard others say that they want to give the mandate to staff to be able to do that. And there's some motions that are actually very reflective of that. So why do we have to have another meeting?
Okay, that was your last question.
Because they need instructions. They need instructions, Councillor. They need instructions. Just like the OMB, they need instructions.
Councillor Perks, do you have a question to Councillor Fletcher?
Oh, sorry.
So could I summarize the difference between just telling staff, you go figure it out, and us coming back and deciding to tell staff what to do when they've seen the legislation?
Are you referring to giving instructions at that point and
that's
options for instructions? Yes,
giving
go ahead,
them instructions
please,
as having the elected democratic body decide what we should do? Would you describe it that way?
I would describe it, and I would describe it that as the normal course. So I understand the normal course of action, Councillor, that we take here, whether it is, we just don't tell staff, go ahead, do whatever you want at the OMB. We have to give staff instructions. They'll say, you could do this, you could settle. There's many different ways to approach it. And in our wisdom, we make decisions based on staff advice. And I think in this situation, I'm saying it behooves us to be able to look at that clear staff advice once they've seen the legislation and the changes to the City of Toronto Act and give us their best advice, and then we can instruct them to do nothing or to do everything. But I don't want to send them out and say do everything because I have no idea what everything is at this point.
Thank you.
Councillor Doucette.
So first of all, I have a motion. I would like to be amending the second part of the Mayor's first motion. And just on that last line, as you can see, so we're asking for the referendum to be on the 2018 ballot before the province proceeds with proceeding to do the legislation. Now, I want to put on the overhead, please. Thank you. So one of the things that Doug Ford has been saying quite a lot recently is that we don't get anything done down here at City Council. And he makes it sound as if all we do is have a council meeting. Well, yes, we do meet once a month, except during the summertime, to have a meeting. On this agenda, we started with 402 items. That is extraordinarily large because this is the last council meeting before the election process, or we thought it was. By the time we had actually released all of our items, we were down to 156 items. This council unanimously agreed to release all of those other items. We are here because we represent residents, and our residents ask us to vote one way or another. Oops, I've lost my time here, sorry. So what I was wanting to show here is, you can see we have all these different committees. So every councillor is on at least one of the standing committees, which is this top column here. All of these committees come to this council. So during the month, we meet. We have community council meetings. Once a month, we have community council meetings. Those items, majority of them, come to this meeting. We also have many, many other boards which councillors sit on. Some of them, oh gosh, I'm even going too fast, I apologize. Some of them come to this meeting. residents can come and speak and give deputations at these meetings. Therefore, you, the residents, and I apologize for my back, that's part of this process, I do apologize, have a say to come and do deputations. I'm still going on all these committees councillors can sit on. It keeps going and going. I think we're at the end there now. There we go. We are at the end. So yes, we have a lot of items on this agenda. And yes, we are allowed to hold items. And we hold the items where we have residents or we have concerns on. That is our democratic right. When I hold an item or I speak at this meeting, it is because residents have contacted me with questions or concerns. They can reach my office quite easily. They can reach me quite easily. At this point in time, actually no, in 2016, there was approximately 56,000 residents within Ward 13. Councillor Perks, at the same period of time, had about 55,000 residents. That allows us to go to meetings in the evenings. We go to BIA meetings, Residents Association meetings, development meetings. Right now, I am working on 14 different developments in my ward. Those meetings, majority of them are open to residents. Residents can come and see. They can talk to the proponent. They can talk to planning. They can talk to their local city councillor. They have interaction with their local city councillor. If this was to move forward and we were to have 25 councillors, believe me, those councillors won't be able to get to these meetings. They won't be able to attend BIA meetings, Residents Association meetings, traffic meetings, development meetings, even community events. A lot of weekends, there are more than one community event. And I hate to tell you, a councillor can only be in one place at one time. Sometimes you think that we have more councillors because we do get to many events. If a councillor is having to represent over 111,000 people, you will not have that one-on-one personal interaction with your councillor. That will be gone. I know Councillor Perks often refers to our city as the places where you breathe, eat, smell, and probably touch. That is what we do in this chamber. And that is so different to the provincial and the federal governments. So I hope councillors in this chamber will think very, very carefully about how they represent their residents, how they want to represent their residents, and do they really want to be available to their residents? Because if they do, we need 47 councillors going into the next election. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Please, no applause. Councillor Kelly.
All right, thank you, Speaker. I did have an amendment to Councillor Cressy's motion with respect to conveying opposition to the provincial government's intention to introduce legislation to reduce the size of City Council. The amendment that I had proposed but have withdrawn is to introduce the qualification to introduce legislation at this time. I think any provincial government has the right to introduce the legislation of its choice. What is controversial at this time is the timing of it, right in the middle of an election. And for that reason, Speaker, I support Mayor Tory's request for a referendum. The size of council, the challenges that are perceived in the larger council, the weaknesses that could come along with a smaller council, I think deserve a full and robust debate. And I would hope that not only would members of this council engage in that debate, but we would have experts, I don't know, professors of political science, historians, community associations, businesses, the Board of Trade. I think that what needs to be explored are not only the arguments on both sides, but the nuances that can't be appreciated in a short exercise such as the one we're undergoing today. So I would hope that one way or the other, that we get to a referendum. I don't know what further amendments have to be made to the timing of these 2018 elections, but certainly I believe that the people have the right to hear the arguments pro and con and to make up their mind and to exercise their judgment through a referendum. And the sooner, Speaker, the better.
Councillor Davis.
Thank you, Speaker. I have a motion that City Council requests the City Clerk to maintain the current standards of accessibility to polling stations, advanced polling days, communications materials that meet our accessibility and language policies, and other electoral practices that fall within the jurisdiction of the City. Speaker, I think what we're debating tonight is about two things. One of them is about respect, and one of them is about effective representation. What I heard from the clerk today, and there's a long list that we got circulated about whether or not she could actually perform, organize, and deliver this election effectively in 6 weeks when it normally takes 9 months. And what did she say? It was almost impossible. Councillor? It was almost impossible. We are asking our city officials to go off and negotiate with the provincial government when they have told us today it is almost virtually impossible. And we stand to risk the legitimacy of this election because of the rash, reckless, and irresponsible approach of this provincial government. And I do not want to compromise the quality of our elections because we have won awards for the way that our elections have been conducted in the City of Toronto. But I think that what is quite sad, actually, is that we do many things well in the City of Toronto, and one of the things we did very well, was to undertake a process, a thorough, accountable, and public process to establish our ward boundaries. This is exactly the process that the Supreme Court said we must do if we are going to change our boundaries. We had to look at voter parity and the boundaries and the geographic communities of interest, the ward history, etc. And what did we do? We had a third-party consultant who went out and consulted broadly. And you know what the results were? The results were very clear. The majority supported 47 wards, including the majority of councillors around this table. And that's what I find sad. Very sad. Because when you were consulted, the majority of the public said they supported it. Among the 38 councils who were interviewed, only 2 liked the 26 ward model. Only 2. 29 councillors responded with a definite no, that it was completely unworkable, that it was undemocratic, that they had the inability to represent a ward as large as 112,500. This is what you said as part of the consultation that we did with the people of Toronto. And you sit here today now, and you're going to roll over and let this provincial government impose on us a ward system that we did not support, you did not support, and the people of Toronto did not support. It's shameful.
Okay,
and what I find most sad.
Okay, just one sec, Councillor Davis. I'm going to have to warn the public. If that continues, I'm going to have to ask everyone to vacate the council chambers. So please, thank you.
And so What did we do? We did it properly, and we came up with a methodology to determine what is effective representation. It reflected the people around this table, councillors, and we moved forward with those recommendations from a third-party consultant. We did it properly. But what I find just so sad is that this provincial government has so little respect for us that they are willing to overturn the City of Toronto Act, an act that finally recognized the authority of this city, the maturity of this government, and gave us new powers, and they're tossing it out the window, and that is just an incredible abuse. The other thing that they are violating is TOCA, the Toronto-Ontario Consultation Agreement they signed with us that said, if we're going to make changes, we will consult the City of Toronto. They violated that as well. Unbelievable, the arrogance that we have seen from this government. We must stand up and say no.
Thank you, Councillor Davis. So, Councillor Davis, on your motion, I'm going to have to rule out of order. I'm getting advice from the solicitor to under the Municipal Elections Act, the clerk must exercise her discretion to administer the election without interference from council. So I'm ruling that out of order on the advice of the solicitor. Yes, Councillor Davis?
This is a request. If you want me to put in request to consider, I will put the word consider in and soften it even more. This is about asking that we ensure that the quality of our elections are not compromised, and particularly around accessibility.
Councillor Davis.
So I challenge the chair.
Okay. It's my understanding that
I challenge the chair.
That the solicitor and the clerk spoke to you about it and informed you that it was out of order. So you can challenge me. You can challenge me. Fine. There's been a challenge to the chair. Recorded vote to uphold the chair.
Councillor Perruzza, please. Councillor DiGiorgio. Councillor McMahon, please.
Yes, they did.
Councillor Fletcher, please.
Yes.
Madam Speaker, the chair is upheld. The vote is 21-16.
Thank you. Councillor Layton to speak.
Much, Madam Speaker. Colleagues, this attempt to hijack local democracy is disgraceful. It shows absolutely zero respect for Toronto, for our residents, and for our democracy itself. Think about it. On the last day of nominations, they announced this change. After months of candidates out trying to win votes, they announced this change. Without any warning, without any consultation, they announced this change. And who is it against? It's against Toronto. Specifically Toronto. They're not going after the size of government in Ottawa. They're not going after the size of government in Kingston or London or Windsor. Who are they going after? You and all of your residents. They're picking on you. And why? What's to gain from it? There's been a couple numbers kicked around, but no one knows what that number is. They seem to just be pulled out of hats because we don't know what staff resources these new councillors are going to need. You can't just take those councillors' offices away as well, because when you have twice as many residents, guess what? You got twice as much work. You also have to attend twice as many committee meetings. There's going to be something like 25 BIAs in the ward I represent. That's a meeting a night every month. Seriously. We're going to be providing less service to residents. We're going to be providing less access to the decision makers for residents. There is going to be less access to democracy for all of those residents in Toronto. And for businesses, there is going to be longer time frames to get things done in this city. They will be longer. Booking a planning meeting in my schedule now is about a month and a half, 2.5 months out. In wards like Councillor Wong Tam's, Councillor Cressy's, Councillor Fillion's, that's probably months in between. And if you want to have a working group to try to get a development file correct when you're dealing with this much development, that takes several meetings. And developers are keen to do that if they see it moving forward and you know that you're actually reducing the opposition later on. They're keen to do that. Imagine trying to book a meeting when you have 25 BIA meetings every month. I want to see my kids. I want to see my kids. Now, I know that people see a politician, they say, "Oh, there's someone that's using my money and not getting anything done," because they look at a snapshot at this meeting. But Councillor Doucette's right. We had 500 and something items at this meeting, which there was only a handful that we had disagreement on, and there was a little bit of political theater, a little bit of back and forth. Only a handful. That's pretty good value. Imagine trying to do away with community councils. There's no point. We're going to be sitting here and hearing deputations for months on items. Nothing's going to get done if we don't have the support we need in this chamber. And I disagree with a good majority of you. But I value that you're here because I know the work you're doing within your community is adding to the vibrancy of both your community and this debate in this chamber. Now, I'm going to add one more thing because it's been bothering me all day. Who knew about this in advance? Because it has been suggested that somebody knew about this in advance and didn't bring it to our attention. And the problem is, we were not given an opportunity. If we weren't in this meeting today, this is our 5th day of council, if we hadn't scheduled a meeting here today, we would have had no ability to debate this. Absolutely no ability to debate this.
Okay,
we were going to descend into chaos.
Councillor Layton, there's a point of order, please. Councillor Mamlidi.
So I've been asked to kind of withdraw particular comments over the years. When you allude to certain things and impugn, you know, the same councillor that has just done that doesn't mind doing that, standing up and asking me to withdraw. I think he very clearly is impugning motive, and I think the Speaker should ask him to withdraw the comment.
Thank you. I'm going to ask the audience, please try to keep it down. So, Councillor Layton.
I don't see how I impugned anyone.
No, you did. You're accusing people,
but people have admitted they knew.
No, well, you can't make accusations like that, Councillor Layton, because you assume. Yeah, that's not a. Okay. Okay. Point to personal privilege. Mayor Tory.
I was honest today when I was asked a question, and I was honest in talking about exactly what I knew, which was not much. It was about a 50-second discussion that I had that went nowhere, and it gave me no indication whatsoever of any intention to do anything. It was I called it amusing, but I was honest about it. And I think you should be ashamed of yourself when you get up in this chamber. You demean this place. You demean this place. You demean me. But more importantly, you demean yourself when you get up and call my integrity into question, because I know I know I'm confident that the people understand, why don't you just let me finish, and then you can say what you have to say. What if I brought, Madam Speaker, if I brought every rumor to this chamber that came from musings of people up there or anywhere else, we'd be here having meetings all the time. There was no intention given whatsoever, and you've been doing it actively on Twitter all day, and you should be ashamed of yourself.
Please.
That is precisely what is bringing down politics and leads to this kind of thing, because you and others behave in that manner. And I think you should stand in your place and apologize to me and to this chamber for getting up and in that kind of that way where you're just kind of implying it but not saying it. Get up if you have the balls to do it and say it.
Okay. All right. Members? No, sorry. No, there's no, Councillor Lane, sorry, I have some procedure. No, Councillor Lane, I'm sorry. And I'm sorry. No, there's no point of order. Members, there's procedure that I have to follow. Councillor Georgia, just sit down, please. Members, we are approaching our scheduled recess time. I have to do it by 7 o'clock. Unless a member moves a motion to please, some order. Be respectful. Unless a member moves a motion to reconvene at a different time, we will recess shortly until Monday at 9:30 a.m. All right? No, I don't. Councillor McMahon, I can't. 7:30. It's 7:30. I'm sorry, it's 7:30. I'm sorry. Councillor Ainsley, you have a motion to introduce the confirming bill.
Yes, Madam Speaker, that leave be granted to introduce a bill to confirm to the point of the introduction of this motion the proceedings of Toronto City Council meeting number 44 on July 23rd, 24th, 25th, 26th, and 27th, 2018.
Shall leave be granted to introduce this bill? Recorded vote.
Thank you.
Can I play Michael? Can I play the drums?
You okay? Councillor McMahon, please. Councillor Shan, Councillor Davis.
Councillor Holland, please.
Can I please have some quiet in the council chambers to the public and members of council?
Councillor Perks, please. Councillor Perks.
Councillor Holland, please.
Councillor
And
Bailão,
Councillor
please.
Lane, please, be respectful.
Councillor Bailão.
Councillor Lane, no, you're interrupting the procedures of council.
The introduction of the confirming bill carries unanimously, 36 in favor.
Shall this bill be passed and declared as a bylaw? Recorded vote.
Councillor Perruzza, please. Councillor McMahon, Councillor Wong Tam, Councillor Shan, Councillor Davis, please. Councillor Sao.
Councillor Cressy, Councillor Palacio, please.
Councillor Doucette, Councillor Bailão. Councillor Shan, please. Councillor Shan, your vote, please.
Councillor Fletcher, when you're seated, please.
The motion to enact a confirming bylaw carries unanimously, 37 in favor.
Mayor Tory?
Yes? Did I not vote?
No, you did. I thought you wanted to say something.
No, I'm fine.
Oh, okay. All right, so we're going to recess to 9:30 Monday.